Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can we take our seats, please? Good morning.
Just carry on.
Okay. Welcome to the Walk Through the 12 Steps workshop of Cocaine Anonymous South Central District's F&E. My name is Jake, and I'm an addict.
Jake.
This is a non-smoking venue. The use of e-cigarettes is also not permitted on the premises. Could people please smoke in the designated area in the car park? Please, could everyone turn off your mobile phones or switch them to a silent profile? And please try and keep disruptions to a minimum. Please be quiet during the workshop as it is being recorded. Can we please have Jeff read the preamble?
Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm a drug addict.
Hi, Jeff.
Preamble. Cocaine Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other that they may solve their common problem and help others to recover from their addiction. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop using cocaine and all other mind-altering substances. There are no dues or fees for membership. We are fully self-supporting through our own contribution. We are not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organisation or institution. We do not wish to engage in any controversy, and we neither endorse nor oppose any causes. Our primary purpose is to stay free from cocaine and all other mind-altering substances and to help others achieve the same freedom. We use 12 steps of recovery because it has already been proven that the 12 steps recovery program works.
Thank you, Jeff. And can we please have Serena read who is a cocaine addict? Hi, Serena. Thank you, Serena. This is an open meeting of Cocaine Anonymous. In view of our singleness of purpose, we would respectfully ask that sharing be confined to addicts, and when discussing our problems, we confine ourselves to these problems as they relate to drug and alcohol addiction. Sorry, that bit was meant for a meeting. There may be visitors here who are unfamiliar with our tradition of anonymity. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, television, and films. This tradition is a constant reminder that personal ambition has no place in CAA. We are sure anonymity is the greatest safeguard that CAA can ever have. We therefore seek your cooperation in protecting the anonymity of our members at the public level. Okay, now we will pass around the pots in recognition of Tradition 7, please. Tradition 7 states that every CA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. In this view, we would respectfully ask that contributions be confined to addicts only. Now, as the pots go around, the format of today's workshop will be an all-day walk through the steps with Tim M. from London. The aim of today's workshop is to help us all see the 12 steps of Cocaine Anonymous in new, more powerful ways. Therefore, it is important that we listen and interact with open hearts and minds. There will be breaks throughout the day and a 1-hour lunch break, so please remember to keep disruptions during the workshop to a minimum. Drinks will be sold at the break back through the foyer. Lunch will also be served in the same room at 1:30 and is very affordable. Can we have a moment's silence to remember the addict who still suffers, please? Thank you. Now, David is going to read a section of the Big Book for us. He's going to read page 151 to "And So Will You" on page 152.
Thanks, Jake. My name's David. I'm an addict. Warm welcome to everyone new enrolled with the Prophet Workshop. It's got a vision for you. For most normal folks, drinking means conviviality, companionship, and colourful imagination. It means release from care, boredom, and worry. It is joyous intimacy with friends and a feeling that life is good, but not so with us in those last days of heavy drinking. The old memories are gone. They were but memories. Never could we recapture the great moments of the past. There was an insistent journey to enjoy life as we once did, and a heartbreaking obsession that some new miracle of control would enable us to do it. There was always one more attempt and one more failure. The less people tolerated us, the more we withdrew from society, from life itself. As we became subjects of King Alcohol, shivering denizens of his mad realm, the chilling vapour that his loneliness settled down. It thickened, ever becoming blacker. Some of us sought out sordid places, hoping to find understanding, companionship and improvement, and momentarily we did. Then would come oblivion and the awful awakening to face the hideous four horsemen: terror, bewilderment, frustration, despair. Unhappy drinkers who read this page will understand. Now and then, a serious drinker, being dry at the moment, says, "I don't miss it at all. Feel better, work better, having a better time." As ex-problem drinkers, we smile at such sally. We know our friend is like a boy whistling in the dark to keep up his spirits. He fools himself. Inwardly, he would give anything to take half a dozen drinks and get away with it. He will presently try the old game again, for he isn't happy about his sobriety. He cannot picture life without alcohol. Someday, he will be unable to imagine life either with alcohol or without it. Then he will know loneliness such as few do. He will be at the end, the jumping off place. He will wish for the end. We've shown how we got out from under. You say, "Yes, I'm willing, but am I to be consigned to a life where I should be stupid, boring and glum, like some righteous people I see? I know I must get along without liquor, but how can I? Have you a substitute?" Yes, there is a substitute, and it is vastly more than that. It is a fellowship in Alcoholics Anonymous, Cocaine Anonymous. There you'll find release from care, boredom and worry. Your imagination will be fired. Life will mean something at last. The most satisfactory years of your existence lie ahead. Thus we find fellowship, and so will you.
Thank you, David. Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to Tim M., who is going to take us through a journey through the 12 steps.
Thanks. My name's Tim. I'm an alcoholic and an addict.
Tim.
Thank you for having me, first of all. My drinking started about 20 miles from here. I went to a school near Blandford, and that's where my heavy drinking started. So I'm amazed that Dorset will have me back after some of the things that I've done here. So my home group is the Brick Lane Big Book Study in Brick Lane in London. It meets at 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening. We have a once a month topic workshop. My sponsor is a chap called Joe McF from a little town in western Texas called Pecos. He's an oil man. Why I have a sponsor who lives in West Texas in a little town of 5,000 people, that's a whole different story. Perhaps we have to have a different day to discuss that, but he's amazing anyway. What else? Apart from being sponsored, I sponsor a bunch of people. I'm involved in the AA service structure. I have 2 home groups in AA. And I do service at national level in AA. I help carry the message of AA to the armed services. And those are really important because those are the key facts in my life. What I do for a living, where I live, any of those things doesn't matter. The key facts are that I'm a sober alcoholic in AA, and that AA is the centre of my life. My date of sobriety is the 24th of July, 1993. And that was not the first day that I came into AA. So if you are having the occasional lick of the sherbet and are using the revolving door of CA, don't worry, you are not the only person who has done that in the history of recovery. I was in and out for a long time before I had my last drink. What my job is here today, what you need to know if you're new to recovery, is that I have no authority. I am a visitor and a guest in Bournemouth today. I don't speak on behalf of any particular fellowship. If something I say helps, feel free to use it and pass it off as your own. If something I say doesn't help, don't worry about it. I'm just another person in recovery. So there's never a basis for argument in recovery. The 2 things that I'm here to do are, first of all, to point out some things in the big book. I'm not here to explain the big book. I'm not here to interpret the big book. It's not really open to explanation or interpretation. It's pretty plain. But I can point things out, and that might help. And the other thing is I can share my experience, and because you weren't there, you can't argue with it. You're allowed to have had a different experience than me. No one has to work out who's right and who's wrong. That's not, we can disagree about all sorts of major things and still be friends and say hello and have a cup of tea, and no one has to leave the room. Where I've got the structure for today from, I've heard a lot of sets of tapes over the years. In fact, sets of tapes about recovery saved my life on a number of occasions, and I may come to that. And what people traditionally do is they go through all the steps in a really systematic way, and all of the detail is covered and all the sets of tapes are the same. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to find out where you are and what questions you have, so I asked Mark and some other people before today to ask around for what questions you've got. And I got a great big long list of questions. And I want to go through the steps and go through the big book by answering those questions. And so I put them in a bit of an order. And there's going to be opportunities for asking questions during the course of the day. And we'll see how that works. Some crowds ask a lot of questions. Other crowds ask none. So we're going to test you out at the end of the first session to see if you have questions or if you're just stunned and dazed on a Saturday morning. So we'll see. There's going to be a lot of playing it by ear today. Okay. And so the first question, and this is a very CA question, by the way, is alcoholism or addiction a 3-fold illness or a 2-fold illness? Oh, I can see that there have been some discussions here before about that, haven't there? And what I'm going to first of all say is One of the questions which didn't get asked was, do we recover or are we always recovering? Which is one of the common questions that people like to ask, and people like to have a view on it, and which side of the fence are you on, and are you allowed to be my friend? You need to answer the right way, otherwise we can't, sit next to each other. I'm not going to cover that question today, but what I will do is tell you what my friend Tom says. Tom got sober in 1976. He's been an Al-Anon since 1978. And when someone says to him, Tom, are you recovered or are you recovering? He'll answer, yes. Because kind of both, there's some truth in both. So is alcoholism or addiction a threefold illness or a twofold illness? Yes. But what I can do is point to some stuff in the book. Now, the book may be right or wrong, but you can't argue with what the book says. It's what it says. There's some stuff in 12 and 12 which helps. And there's my experience, which may or may not help. And unfortunately, if you're on the threefold side, on page 355 of the big book, it says, the explanation that alcoholism was a disease of a twofold nature, an allergy of the body and an obsession of the mind, cleared up a number of puzzling questions for me. Now, that doesn't mean that it is a threefold illness, but it does mean that the big book says it's twofold. And also, when you look at the 12 and 12, it says, the tyrant alcohol wielded a double-edged sword over us. First, we were smitten by an insane urge that condemned us to go on drinking, and then by an allergy of the body that ensured we would ultimately destroy ourselves in the process. So it looks pretty twofold, but then there are a couple of other things which make it a bit more muddy. Page 64 of the big book, it says, when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically, which suggests there's something else involved. On page 499 of the big book, I now understand that the spiritual malady should be my main concern, and that the more faith I have, the fewer problems I will have. So I need to tell you how I know that I'm an alcoholic and what an alcoholic is and why I must never have another drink again or another mood-altering substance. I was surrounded, I don't know about you, but when I was a teenager, I was surrounded by people that drank a huge amount. Now, that was because I could sniff out other alcoholics at that age. I could sniff them out through lead. It didn't matter who else was in the room, I found the alcoholics. So, of course, I seemed to be surrounded by them because they're the people I sought out. I've since found out that most of the people surrounding me weren't alcoholics, but it seemed that they were, in that they drank vast quantities and got really sick a lot. But there's a funny thing that started happening to me pretty soon after I started drinking. And the image is this. Imagine being at a comedy show where you're having a great time, you're sitting in the dark, there's a funny guy at the front, you're laughing away, and you think, and you're like, I could stay here forever, I'm having such a good time. And you think, I'm just going to go to the loo, I'm just going to go for a little break. And you get to the end of the row to walk up the aisle out of the place, and there's a man standing there with a machine gun, pointing you back to your seat. And you go back to your seat, and the jokes are the same jokes as they were 10 minutes ago. The funny man is as funny as he was 10 minutes ago, but you know that if you wanted to leave, you couldn't. And you're stuck there whether you want to be there or not. And this is true of when I was drunk, and it was true over the course of my drinking as well. That in the course of an evening, I don't know about you, but I would sometimes, a click would happen in my head, and it would suddenly get all dark, and I would start to get violent, and I'd start to hate the people around me, and everything they said was wrong, and everything they did was wrong. And I didn't know where I wanted to be, but it wasn't here, it was somewhere else. And then I'd get to the somewhere else, and it was wrong, and it was just wrong and wrong and wrong. And I knew, after a few experiences, once that click happened, it didn't matter how much more I drank, I'd never get back to the good zone, at least not on that day. But I carried on anyway. People say in recovery a lot that they drank or used because they liked the effect. Well, that's true. But I don't know about you, but I carried on drinking even when I didn't like the effect. If it was just about the effect, there wouldn't be a problem. But as soon as the click happened and I started punching people and was having a horrible time, and there was no way I was going to turn it around. You can't turn it around. Once you go over to the dark side, you can't turn it around. If I could have stopped then, it would have been fine. I'd be like, okay, I have to go home now. I'm done. But I wasn't. I would carry on and on and on. And a friend of mine said the best way to describe the physical craving is that it's like everyone wants to get drunk. I mean, loads of normal people want to get drunk, and people define drunk in different ways. But no one wants to overshoot. No one wants to drink so much that they're sick. But I did that day after day after day. Now, this itself isn't a problem, unless I've got a second problem, which is the fact that when I'm sober, it doesn't matter what alcohol has done to me. There will come the day when a drink seems like a really good idea. And when I was 21, just to give a snapshot of what alcohol did to me, by the age of 21, I had no friends left. I was estranged from my family. I couldn't work because to work you have to successfully navigate a job interview. And to successfully navigate a job interview, you need to not be sweating and shaking. And not sweating and shaking, I didn't have a day when I wasn't sweating and shaking. I was unemployable, not because I wasn't willing to work, but because it didn't look like I was in a fit state to work, and I wasn't. I couldn't study because to study you need to be able to read. And to read, you need to get to the end of a paragraph and remember what was at the beginning of the paragraph. And that was not happening by the age of 21. To tell you how few people I had in my life by the end of my drinking, on the first day that I went to AA, when I got home from the meeting, I was really, really excited, and I needed to phone someone. Of course, the people at the meeting had said, here's my number, call me. I was like, so not going to happen. I thought that was the weirdest thing, that complete strangers would give me their numbers. But anyway, so be aware that, when you're giving your number to a newcomer, they probably think you're a freak. You think you're being kind, it may come across a different way. So anyway, I get home from the first meeting I need to share with someone, and I look down the list in my phone book, and there is no one I can ring except this girl I vaguely knew from 2 years earlier. That was it. So I phoned her, and we talked. She was polite. We talked for half an hour. I never spoke to her again. There was just no one left in my life. There was no money. There was nothing. Footnote: my brother was an alcoholic who committed suicide on a slip out of AA when he was 28. So we knew the curse was working. We knew that in my family that if you're an alcoholic, it's going to kill you unless you do something pretty radical. So when I got to my first AA meeting, I was not in any doubt. In fact, the reason I went to my first AA meeting, in great part, was finding a bunch of letters that my brother had written in the middle of the night, but then had got up the next morning and had not been able to send. I don't know if you've ever written those letters where the handwriting starts really neat because you're still sober. And the handwriting at the end is like the waves in one of those Italian Renaissance paintings, just like curly things, and you have no idea what the words are. So you can't send the letter the next day because the end doesn't make any sense. And it's like dripping with self-pity. And so I found this bunch of letters in a file that he'd written, and it was really creepy because all the things he was saying about his drinking in these letters, I could have said them. He said that the only reason he drank, even though it was catastrophic, was because there was a volcano inside him, and drinking was the only thing which stopped the volcano from erupting. So thanks to my brother for writing that in 1980, because someone just nodded at the back here. So he from 36 years ago has just carried a message to you amazingly, even though he died of alcoholism. The handwriting was the same as mine. There was no doubt that I was heading in the same direction as him. And he was dead by this point. So I get to my first AA meeting. I totally identify with all of these freaks in the room. And yet, for the next 6 months or so, between February 1993 and July 1993, every few weeks I have a little drink. And by have a little drink, I mean, a couple of bottles of vodka. And this is the thing which distinguishes me from a normal person. Loads of people get into trouble with alcohol because they're foolish, or because of circumstances, or because they're hanging with the wrong people, or they're just going through a bad time in their life, they just want to run away. But when things get bad enough, the accumulated memory of what alcohol and drugs has done to them stops them. It doesn't stop me. My last drinking occasion, so by this point, people would say really helpful things like, meeting makers make it. So I would go to lots of meetings. I was going to 3 meetings a day. I was living in London by this point. I was going to 3 meetings a day. So it was a Saturday. I went to a lunchtime meeting. There was some dreary person doing the chair. I spent most of the meeting thinking about what I was going to share. And then I shared. Then I spent the rest of the meeting thinking about what I had shared and what kind of impact it had made on the people in the room and how much it had probably helped them. And I got bored of that. And about 10 minutes before the end of the meeting, I left. And thinking, well, I'm going to be going to like 2 more meetings today, so I get the I'm going to get the Scooby snacks anyway, so I don't need to stay. Who would need to stay to the end of the meeting? And so I was walking up the road after the meeting thinking, what am I going to do for the next 3 hours? Not realizing if I'd stayed at the meeting, I could have hung out with the people afterwards. But anyway, this is my thinking at this point. What am I going to do? And so I think, well, and by the way, I was, an hour earlier or a few minutes earlier, I'd been in the meeting saying how grateful I was to be sober, how glad I was to be sober. I'd identified as an alcoholic. I had no doubt. And I'm walking up the road and I think I could murder a pint right now. And you'd think something would come into my mind. Oh, no, phone your sponsor. I had a sponsor, but I didn't really know what to do with my sponsor. They tell you to get one, but they don't tell you what to do with your sponsor once you've got one, except call them. And once you've called them half a dozen, I don't know about your sponsors, but mine is really repetitive. And my sponsor at the time is really repetitive. So like the first couple of times, it's fun and interesting. By the time they've said the same thing for the 3rd time, the 4th time, like, what's the point in you? Why am I calling you? They say sometimes, if you feel like drinking or using, call someone or pick up one of the tools. You see, to call someone, you have to remember that you're supposed to call someone. And the problem with my mind is that there is a great big gaping hole in it where information ought to be. Information like drinking's a really bad idea, drugs are a really bad idea, call your sponsor. No, there is a hole where that information should be. Sometimes the hole is there, sometimes it isn't. And you can't tell when suddenly there's going to be a gap where information should be. So I'm walking up the road and I think I could murder a pint, and it's just like there's a story in the big book on page 35, 36 about Jim. So, Jim's having a perfectly normal day. He's got a little bit of resentment, but who doesn't have a little bit of resentment? And the thought crosses his mind that he should have a drink. And he really kind of senses dimly that he isn't being too smart. And that was what was going on this day. I kind of had this really vague notion that probably wasn't the best idea. I could almost feel like little devil's horns starting to grow out of the top of my head. But I thought, it's fine, well, I can always come back to AA, like, later today. The newcomer is the lifeblood of the fellowship, and they're always so pleased to see you, these dim people. So I went to the pub on my own. I had a couple of pints really quickly. There was nothing to do, so I went to the off-licence and I bought a bottle of something considerably stronger and sat on the side of the road drinking directly out of the bottle of something considerably stronger, waving at the people coming out of the AA meeting, holding up my bottle proudly as they waved back and then realised and then pretended they hadn't seen me. Which is an appropriate response. If ever you need to know how to respond in that situation, that's pretty good. So no one stepped in to try and fix me, which I think is really helpful. No one in the course of my drinking stepped in to try and fix me. No one rescued me. No one bailed me out. No one offered to help. And I think this is why I got into recovery when I was 21 and not 309. I've seen friends of mine who are rich and have kind families unable to get sober because whenever they're about to have a rock bottom, mummy swoops in and puts the blanket underneath them to catch them. No one put a blanket underneath me to catch me this day, on this particular day. And so I was sitting by the side of the road. I'm kind of hoping and waiting to be rescued, but it doesn't happen. So I'm 4/5 of the way down the bottle. It's about, 45 minutes since I started to drink. And I'm now bored and I'm mischievous, which is a really bad combination, and on my own. And so I throw myself in front of a car to cause an accident, which I do, and I'm run over and I'm arrested. I think the moral of this is that I shouldn't drink. But, you see, the thing is, this wasn't the first time something like that had happened. The information I got that day was not new information. It was further corroboration of an old story that had played over and over and over and over again. The two lessons I got out of this were that I cannot stop me from having the first drink. Actually, there were lots of lessons. 2, going to 100,000 AA meetings on its own is not going to stop me from having the first drink. Having a sponsor whose name I know is not going to stop me from having the first drink. I am going to drink again regardless of what it does to me, because part of my mind remembers what it does for me, which is what that book says and what someone read out earlier: release from care, boredom, and worry. And unless I find a way to have release from care, boredom, and worry, stone cold sober, I will drink again. And this is the spiritual malady. I've got a lot of really weird neighbours, but one of my weird neighbours, I met him one day, and I can't remember how we got into the conversation, but I said, he turned out to be like a PhD student or something, and I said, what are you doing your PhD in? And he said, not quite rightness. Now, I don't know what that is in terms of an academic subject, but I know what he means. My whole life was a study in not quite rightness. And that's pretty much an understatement. Sometimes it was a hell of a lot more than not quite right. It was massively not rightness. Alcohol provided a solution to that. It felt, my life when I was stone cold sober felt like a room where it was filled with all of the wrong objects, and all of the objects were in the wrong place. And when I had a drink, it's like goblins came in and rearranged everything so I could relax and say, oh, everything's fine now. And then I'd wake up the next morning and everything was wrong again. Then I'd have a drink and everything was fine again. Now, the funny thing is, this spiritual malady, this not quite rightness, or everything's completely wrongness, my whole family has it. My mother has it, my father has it. My mother tried to commit suicide when she was 16. She was locked up for a year, given Freudian analysis, which didn't help. My father, and that was in France, so hence Freudian analysis. My father was in England when he tried to commit suicide or something similar in his 20s, and he was locked up, and they taught him how to knit. So, this is the difference between the French psychiatric system in the 1940s and 50s and the British psychiatric system in the 1940s and 50s. Freudian analysis, knitting. Neither of them were alcoholics. My poor sisters have various problems. I have 3 brothers, all of whom are dead. I have 3 sisters, 2 of whom are mentally ill, and the third one is kind of not so clever either. There's strangeness throughout my family. But in terms of alcoholism and drug addiction, there's me, there's my brother, there's a cousin in Israel who's a heroin addict, and that's kind of it. We all have the spiritual malady. We all have the sense that we're on the wrong planet. Why are we here? What is the point? And why is everyone swine? That's basically the attitude to life that people in my family have. And, lots of them kind of nice too, but they're unhappy. But there is a difference between me and them. And it's that when I have a drink, it fixes it. Okay, it fixes it for like 10 minutes, then my life is destroyed. But for those 10 minutes, it does fix it. So to me, alcoholism, I think of it as, I have this spiritual malady, which I share with all sorts of people who aren't alcoholics or drug addicts. But I have this obsession. And an obsession doesn't mean I'm thinking about it the whole time. It means it's an idea that I can't get rid of, even though all the evidence proves that it's untrue. And the idea that I can't erase from my mind is that alcohol is this like glowing solution. That's the mental obsession. And then there's a physical craving, which means that when I start, I may stop later on today, I may stop next month, I may stop never. And I know this because I had a period of sobriety in 1991. When I started again in September 1991, it was 15 months before I even considered stopping again. And those 3 months when I'd been sober, like everything got better. I started to work, whatever that was. That was a completely novel concept. I started to work. I even wrote letters of apology. This was without AA. I wrote letters of apology to all the people that I had hacked off. My life got substantially better. But I drank again, and it was, as I say, 15 months before I even considered stopping again. And in those 15 months, the memory of having been sober was not even there. It's like, why did I stop? This is weird. So when I start drinking again, the only thing that seems normal is drinking. My friend Paul, when I got sober in 1993, in London, there were 550 AA meetings a week. And as far as we knew, there were 5 of us who were under 25. Now, in my home group, there are 15 people under 25 in just one group out of the 900 in London. So it's changed. My friend Paul, he was 21. We ran around together, there's a little bunch of us. And he started drinking in 1995, and it's 2016, and he's still drunk somewhere in Brighton, I think. Another one of our gang, Fred, drank and then took some other stuff and was dead that day. And I've seen this over and over again when people relapse. You can't tell what's going to happen. You know, are you going to be dead that day? Are you going to come back into recovery the next day? Or are you going to be still drinking and using 20 years later? There is no way of telling the day before the slip which group you're going to be in. So, you know, twofold or threefold, I think I identify with both explanations. What is certainly true is that, and this is a thought that's come to me pretty recently. If I'm never to have a drink or a drug again, I need to never make a mistake about whether or not to have a drink or a drug. Because one mistake could be fatal. One mistake could trigger a chain reaction inside me that I can't stop and you can't stop. So I need to never make a mistake. Hands up anyone who never makes a mistake in other areas of their lives. I make mistakes in my relationships, at work. I make mistakes 1,000 times a day. What are the odds that I will never make a mistake about drink or drugs? It's pretty, the odds are stacked against me. This means I need to be not in charge of the decision about whether or not I drink or take a drug. Because I can't be trusted. Can't be trusted with anything else, with like all the minor stuff. So why should I be trusted with this particular area where I'm never allowed to make a mistake? Which means, and this is really bad news if you're an atheist or an agnostic. By the way, it doesn't get worse than this. So if you can stand this bit of bad news, it's like downhill from here. You need a higher power. I need to be in the care of a power greater than myself. Because that's the only thing which is between me and a drink or a drug. And there's a I'll never be able to find the page, so bear with me. There we go. And this is why it's so tricky. We are unable, at certain times, to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We are without defence against the first drink. And it's on page 24 for the note takers and highlighters amongst you. You know who you are. The reason it's tricky is it says we are unable at certain times to bring into our consciousness. I'm unable at certain times to remember I'm an alcoholic and act accordingly. What that means is sometimes I am able to remember I'm an alcoholic and act accordingly and roll the tape forward and think it through and think about all the terrible things that happened and the risks and my friend Fred and my friend Paul. And so because there are times that I can think it through and make it all make sense, and then, well, I got it now, that's fine. Look, clearly, I've been restored to sanity. Look at me, you know. And you hear people saying in meetings sometimes, you know, why, I've been arguing with everyone. I've been awful to everyone at home. I'm having a horrible time. I'm gambling a little more than is entirely healthy for me. I'm spending a lot of time swiping left or right or whatever you do. But, you know, I know where drink would take me, so I'm going to be fine. And what the book is telling me is that just because at certain times you do have an adequate mental defense against the first drink does not mean that that defense is going to be there 24 hours a day for the rest of your life. I need to be in the care of a power greater than myself. And I said that the worst bit of bad news was that you need a higher power. I kind of lied. There's another bit of bad news. I think this really is the last one. If you want to be in the care of a power greater than yourself, you've got to be in the service of a power greater than yourself. And as my friend Phoebe says, she said when this idea was presented to her that if she wanted to be safe from alcohol and drugs for the rest of her life, she needed to somehow serve this power greater than herself. As it says, faith must act in us and through us 24 hours a day. She heard the gates of the nunnery clank shut behind her. And this is why it sounds like really bad news. You need to be in the service of a power greater than yourself. The reason for me it's not bad news is because this power greater than myself is good. And by good, I mean has my best interests at heart. And my own, you see, the idea of serving a power greater than myself, if ever you've been employed, you've had to serve. But what you've had to serve is people in a material context, and that isn't always so much fun. And it isn't always so much in your best interests. And, you spend your whole life being told what to do by people that don't have your best interests at heart. So, like the model of service, the experience is not necessarily a good one. What I've learned is that serving a power greater than myself is a totally different matter, because that power has my best interests at heart. So that if I serve, that is actually the best thing I can do for myself. If I want the best outcome for me, I need to serve that power. And also, this is the other thing that people get really confused about. There's this idea that the two options are to be like totally free, do what you want when you want to do it, or serve a power greater than yourself, and as Phoebe says, the gates of the nunnery clank shut behind you. Now, the truth, when I'm running my own life, I'm not free, because I'm full of drives. And those drives, I'm sure you're more noble than I am, but my drives tend to be for sex and money and power and prestige and comfort and thrills and appearance and respect and approval and acknowledgement and praise and validation. And that's before 11:30 in the morning. And each of those has subcategories. I can get up in the morning, and before I'm even awake, before I've got to the kettle, my mind has delivered to me 1,000 things that I need to make happen before I can be okay. I need, in particular, to get everyone in my life to love me and approve of me and agree with me and obey me. I call it seeing sense, but really I mean obey. I am full of demands. I'm full of demands of me. I'm full of demands of you. Now, I didn't put those demands there. I didn't ask for them to be there. And I spent most of my life being a slave to those demands. Spending my whole work life on occasion worrying about what my boss thinks about me, what my colleagues think about me, how I can get a promotion, how I can get the next job, how I can do my work perfectly enough so no one can criticize me, because I cannot bear to be criticized for one moment. That's not freedom. That's slavery. My choice is between the slavery of being run by emotional desires within me I have no control over, or actively saying, fuck that, I want to serve God instead. So actually, this idea of serving God is not the nunnery doors clanking shut behind me. It's a decision to be free and to serve a power which has my best interests at heart. And what I've discovered, this is the weird thing, as soon as I made the decision to... the decision that was made in 1993 looked like a Step 3 decision. I didn't really think of it as that, but it was this. I don't care what happens to me for the rest of my life. I don't care if I'm ever happy. I don't care if these wretched promises you keep on going on about in AA, I don't care if they ever come true for me. I'm clearly too mad and too broken for those to come true. I don't care anymore. I just want to be sober. I just want to have the dignity of never being arrested for being drunk and disorderly and causing a traffic accident again. I mean, AA, can you deliver that little thing for me? If you can deliver sobriety to me, I'll do anything. I don't care. And since then, I haven't had a drink. So something real happened in that moment when I made that decision. The second question, and this will be the only one I'll have time to cover in the remainder of this session, is this. And there were two questions which came through, which I've conflated into a single question. And again, this is one of those really divisive questions. So, I really hope the answer to this doesn't piss anyone off. But if it does, oh well. So the question: some people go through the steps once with a sponsor and then maintain their recoveries by applying the principles learned during that process on a daily basis. Other members go through the steps multiple times. Which is better, they say. Is there any evidence from the literature? And someone else said, what are the benefits of reworking the steps? The first thing I'll talk about is my friend Paul. Paul has been this is a different Paul. Paul has been sober, I think, a few months longer than me. He's in his 50s. His nickname is Spiritual Paul, which tells you something about him. My nickname has never been Spiritual Tim. It's been Angry Tim, and it's been that Tim. But anyway, so Spiritual Paul, far more advanced than me. He probably ought to be sitting here today, actually. But anyway, you've got me instead. Paul is amazing, and Paul went through the steps in, I guess, 1994, and he found God, and he does a ton of AA, and he practices steps 10, 11, and 12 on a daily basis. He has an amazing life. He lights up every room he walks into. When he shares, you could hear a pin drop. When I'm talking to him, he just makes me smile. I don't understand how he's doing it. It's kind of almost creepy. But he's amazing. And I've taken my step 5 with him on one occasion. I'll come to doing multiple step 5s later on. And he's done one step 4. And he does step 10s. And he's fine. And I've met a lot of people like Paul. There are a lot of people, old-timers in the East End of London, 20, 30 years sober, who did the first 9 steps and have lived, for the last 20 or 30 years in 10, 11, 12, and are fine. Cut to me in, when was it? 2000, I was 8 years sober. Very different story. So I did the steps in my first couple of years. My first step 8 was not the most thorough step 8 I've ever seen. I mean, I kind of did my best, but I missed a lot. Now, I didn't miss a lot on purpose. I didn't deceive deliberately. It's just I didn't have the best guidance. I wasn't as thorough as I could have been. But it was done in good faith. So I completed my step 9 in good faith. I sponsored anyone who would ask me. I did service at meetings. And at 8 years sober, I was waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning with panic attacks. To quote an amazing speaker called Bob B., he said once on a tape, and I so identify with this, and you may too, I was doing things which I wouldn't have wanted filmed and sent to GSO as an example of what 8 years of sobriety can do for you. I was going to places I shouldn't be going to, being with people I had no business being with, doing things I had no business doing. I wasn't drinking, I wasn't taking drugs, but it wasn't a pretty sight. And I was going to AA. I was trying to find sponsors to help me. And people just said, just carry on doing what you've always been doing. But I was doing what I'd always been doing, and it wasn't working, and I wanted to die. And I was full of anxiety. I was obsessed with what people thought about me. At work, nothing I ever did seemed perfect enough. I couldn't get my life in order, even when everything was exactly the way I designed it. Like, I got the job I thought I wanted, I got the relationship that I thought I wanted, and I got it, and I was still unhappy. What do you do next when you've got everything you want and you're still unhappy? You've got your ducks in a row and they're quacking, and you want to drown out the sound of the quackings. It's driving you crazy. So naturally, I left AA. It's obviously the thing to do. And it kind of made sense, because there wasn't a tradition in AA at that time of people reworking the first 9 steps. It just didn't happen. I never met anyone who did. You did the steps once and you lived in 10, 11 and 12. And a lot of people were fine doing that. And it's not a criticism. I guess some people get this at depth first time through, and I didn't. At 2 years sober, I was really happy, full of the joys of spring, carrying a great message, felt light, but gradually the darkness came back over the subsequent 6 years. And I was going to meetings all over London. I tried asking loads of people for help, but I wasn't hearing anything new. And when all the information people are giving you is information you already have, what's the point? What's the point in talking to people? So I stopped going to AA. And I came back after a year and a half out of loneliness, really. So I was trapped inside my own head. I sort of became a recluse. And over the next 4 or 5 years, I won't bore you with the whole story, but I gradually started piecing together a bigger picture. And I heard tapes by a chap who was to become a good friend of mine called Chris R. I heard tapes by Mark H. and Joe H. I heard some other people. I listened to a lot of Father Tom W. And my program, although I carried on between 10 and 15 years sober, I carried on going to a bunch of meetings. I got really back into service. I did have another look at the steps in a kind of haphazard way. The way sometimes people say, I did another step 4. Like, I didn't do the first 3 steps again, but I did another step 4. So I did an inventory, shared it with someone, and got some relief. But I didn't revisit steps 6 through 9. I just did another inventory, got some relief, and carried on. And this was enough to, buoy me up and get my life moving again. We now had some petrol in the engine. We were motoring. But by 15 years sober, there was a relationship with my mother where whenever I went round to see her, she was living up the road in Shaftesbury. She's now in London. And my father had died by this point. She's in her 80s. And whenever I'd go and see her, within half an hour, I'd get this barrage of verbal abuse. And I'd learnt how to keep a lid on it, but I was so bitter inside, and I so dreaded seeing her. I had no functional relationship with any of my sisters. Whenever I got a criticism at work, my stomach would hit the floor, and it would be hours before I got back to normal again. I'd obsess over it. I'd rerun, when you're having conversations with people who don't even know you're having a conversation with them. Like over and over and over, rerunning the tapes over and over. There were significant problems. Problems with money. I was earning a fair amount, but it was like trickling through my fingers. I couldn't keep it. And although a lot in my life had got a lot better, and I was doing better in lots of ways, there were lots of things which were working. I was doing a lot of Al-Anon, that helped. I was doing a lot better in AA than almost anyone else around me, but there were significant problems which had not shifted. And I thought, I don't know what I'm going to do. And I found some material by a chap called Paul M. Now, my sponsor was carried the message by a chap called Mark H. and a chap called Joe H. In the 1990s, and they were sponsored by a chap called Don P. from Denver. And as you go up the chain, you end up with a chap called Paul M. from Chicago, who died with 62 years of sobriety in the mid-2000s. And he was brought in to AA. He was 12-stepped by a bloke who was 12-stepped by Dr. Bob. So that's who Paul M. is. And I read something here. This is from an article by him, which he wrote, I think, in the 1970s, called "I've Done the Steps, Now What?" A substantial percentage of the alcoholics I work with today have been sober for 10 or 15 years or more. They are in misery, yes, that's me, and struggling with painful conditions within themselves despite their long periods of sobriety. That was me. Just about 100% of the time, it turns out that these AAs either have not continued working all the steps or never worked them to begin with. Either they have gone through the steps once and then tried to get by on just 10, 11 and 12, or they have managed to stay sober for years without ever thoroughly following the directions in chapters 5 and 6. He explains this in the same article where he says, "A fragmented program will leave me fragmented. Using part of the prescription produces inadequate results. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. My life is a totality, and long ago it became obvious that it can't be compartmentalized. Dishonesty in one area creates problems in another area. Healing in one segment provides better health in another section. It is all connected. Each step blends with another in an integrated, comprehensive program designed to transform you and me into human beings capable of willingly and joyously doing God's will. One of the worst bits of advice I ever got was to work the first 9 steps once and then try to subsist on the last 3 for the rest of my life. That is simply another form of fragmentation. Redoing every one of the steps provides results I never experienced with the other method." Now, I'm not saying he's kind of hardline on this. I concede in a way that he doesn't, that lots of people are actually fine on the do step 4 once, live in 10, 11, and 12. So if you're fine doing that and you're happy and you're functional and you have no major problems, boy, don't fool with it. If it's working, stick with it. But if you're trying that and it's not working, you might want to try something else. And a couple of points before I break, because it's time to break. Again, Bob B., who is really worth listening to, he says you can't piss on one side of the glass and hope to drink out of the other. If I've got problems in one area, I can't expect them not to show up in all other areas of my life. I went through the steps solidly, word by word in that book, over the space of about 3 months, about 7 years ago. And I knew that there were half a dozen amends which could have been done better, perhaps, which needed to be revisited. The big news when I went through the first 9 steps and dotted the I's and crossed the T's, the big news was not in steps 4 and 5. I mean, there was some news there. And I'm going to talk about forgiveness later on because that was a topic which was not even there in AA in the early 90s. The big news is when I did steps 8 and 9 and I asked God to show me in my step 8 everyone in my life I had ever met with whom I had unfinished business. And it wasn't 5 or 6 that perhaps needed a little bit more work. it was like 76 people I had unfinished business with. And I wondered why I had problems still. I finished the unfinished business in step 9 with all 76 people over the space of 9 days. And the top of my head blew off. I woke up and I realized I'd spent my whole life as though under a blanket, separated from you, separated from the universe, and suddenly everything in the universe seemed crystal clear, and I was awake for the first time. It's like the feeling after the first cup of coffee hits in the morning and you're buzzing. That's what it was like. And the other thing that I realized, I went to an AA meeting and I was startled because I looked around me and I could see who was suffering and who wasn't. And I was like, oh my God, there are actually other people. Those shadowy figures out there in the world are people like me. This was a novel insight, and I haven't felt separate since. And it is down to one thing and one thing only, not having unfinished business. I'm going to stop there. So let's have a break and go and run on the playground. Do we close with a serenity prayer or something?
We can do if you'd like. I was going to close at the end with that, but...
Can we?
Yeah, we can do one now if you like.
Yeah, do you want to take us out with a serenity?
Yeah. Okay, so, first of all, we'll take a break. If we could be back in at 20 to 12 after the break, and we'll go out in the serenity prayer. Using the word God as you do or do not understand it. God, grant me the serenity to
accept the things I cannot change, courage to change things I can,
and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
My pleasure.
I used to go to meetings all the time.
Yeah.
My consolation was like nothing to lose. I took a little bit of a liberty there.
They seem like a nice lot.
Yeah. It's not as many as I was hoping, but...
Well, it might warm up. I know a couple of people who are coming later on, so...
I think that's probably going to be the case. Did you have a sore throat?
Yeah, I had some really, really bad flu in it. It's kind of gone, but my throat's still not quite right, so...
I had probably a similar one that was going around. I had it, and I went up to Yorkshire to visit some friends, and it was quite bad. So I just went to the local GP, and he put me in an ambulance and took me to the hospital.
No,
it was ridiculous. It was a chest infection. That's all. But I guess the consolation on that one was that they did intravenous antibiotics.
Wow.
So my flu was over in 2 days.
Wow, that's amazing.
I'm afraid to pause this, because if I pause it, I might not unpause it, so I'm going to leave it.
Yeah. It can always be edited afterwards, so...
also when it started, I was contemplating getting a coffee, and then I saw the queue. How long was it?
You should have been back 2 minutes ago, but it's not. Yeah, I took a liberty to take 10 minutes to see if that worked, and it didn't work.
The queue was long. Oh well.
You okay? You good?
Session 3.
There you go. So just that paragraph there, down to there.
So page 14 from My Friend Had.
Yeah.
To 15. With us, it's just like that. Okay, so yeah. The idea is that lunches that have more
I will. I did mention that to the speaker, so hopefully he got that. Cool. Will you mention it's all wonky. Sweet. Thank you.
So should we start? Because if we wait for everyone to be in, I think we'll be waiting for a long time.
What I do need to wait for is Sarah, who's going to do the reading.
Okay.
Well, and I just asked David to grab her. Look at Sarah. Sarah.
Good. Ready?
Nice. We'll do one after lunch and we'll do one at the end as well. Yeah. We'll do it 3 times. Beginning, after lunch, and end. Yeah. Actually, if you wouldn't mind, will you do it this one? Because I'm waiting for Sarah. She's supposed to, but she's not. She's not here. Sorry.
That's right.
Okay, welcome back. Can we have a moment's silence, please, to remember the addict who still suffers? Thank you. Thank you. Now Sarah is going to read a section out of the big book from page 14, from My Friend Had, to page 15, With Us, It Is Just Like That.
My friend had advised that at telling the truth is when it's alcoholic. For if an alcoholic fails to reflect on his, for if an alcoholic fails to reflect and acknowledge on his spiritual life throughout work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. If he did not work, he would surely drink again, and if he drank, he would surely die. Then faith would be dead indeed. With us, this is just like that.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll hand you back to Tim.
My name's Tim and I'm an alcoholic. Welcome back. Before we carry on, a couple of things. I've got a pack which is going to be distributed afterwards. I'm sure the organisers will enable you to get a copy of it electronically or in hard copy if you don't have email, which has got all the questions that people have asked for today, plus all sorts of excerpts from different materials which help to answer those questions, and page references in the big book for all sorts of things. And also on there's a link to lots of online materials. So all the materials I use with sponsees I make available online, and they're just given for fun and for free. And there are also any readings that are referred to in the pack, like the articles by Paul Martin and some other articles as well, all made available online as well. So there's a whole bunch of resources available. Before we kick off with the next section, what I want to ask is, does anyone have any questions at this point? You know, they say in school, there's no such thing as a stupid question, so whatever the question is fine.
Lunch is at 1:30.
Go on.
When you talk that program, and it's a bit hard line with the concept of reworking state. Just like to elaborate possibly on the benefits.
Okay.
Of reworking state.
I think that's a good point. So just for the tape, in case your voice hasn't come through on the tape, what are the benefits of reworking all of the steps rather than just doing another step 4, or say just going back and doing steps 8 and 9 on unfinished business? One of the things that I've learned by reworking step 1 or re-examining step 1 once a year is that it makes it a present feature of my life. So when I'm looking at whether or not I have a physical craving whenever I put alcohol into my system, the question is not what happened 22 years ago, 23 years ago. The question is, what would happen today? And that's a completely different question, because my friend Malcolm got sober same time as me. He was young, and we had very similar drinking histories. But when he got to like 15, 16 years sober, he drew the conclusion that the reason that he drank the way he drank when he was young was that he was messed up. He came from a difficult family environment. He didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. He was hanging out with the wrong people. And that now he was sober a long time, like 15, 16 years. He'd had therapy. He was going to Nepal once a year to do spiritual stuff. There is no reason on earth why, if he should start to drink again, he would run into problems. And he started drinking again. I'm not going to tell the story here of what happened, but it is relevant to me today. Step 1 is not just history. Step 1 is about what would happen today if I had a drink today. Am I convinced that the way I drink is, which is too much, which is overshooting? Am I convinced it's because that's just how I drink? Because when they say a physical craving, that's what they kind of mean, that you don't necessarily feel it physically, but it's it comes from your body, not your mind. So it doesn't matter like what your mind has been doing over the last 22, 23 years. Your mind may have had a spiritual awakening, but your chemical systems are not affected by that. And so I think of the physical craving as constitutional craving. When I put a substance in my body, I want more. And when I started smoking cigarettes again at 7 years sober, it took me 7 years to stop because of the physical craving. And I watched my father die of lung cancer throughout this process, and it didn't stop me. That's how powerful the physical side of addiction is for me. And I needed to make step one present. And the other thing which makes step one present, why I need to relook at it once a year, and I'm going to look at this in more detail in a moment, but if the idea in step one is that I can't keep myself sober, sometimes people say, don't have the first drink, don't have the first drug, don't have the first drink, don't have the first drug, like a mantra, just avoid the first drink. People say, the most important thing in my life is not to have the first drink or drug. Well, that's fine. But I heard someone say on a tape, so the most important thing in your life is not having the first drink, the first drug, but you say you're powerless over alcohol. So you're saying that the most important thing in your life is something that you, in and of yourself, can do absolutely nothing about. Which is why my number one priority, although the most important thing is not to have a drink or a drug, the number one priority is maintaining a solid enough relationship with a power greater than myself to keep me sober, because I know I can't. So when I'm looking at step one once a year, the question is, what is my current spiritual status? How spiritually fit am I? Because if I'm not, then I could drink again. And Jim's story and Fred's story, the one thing they both had in common was they didn't enlarge their spiritual lives. So I need to, this is too important for me to take a risk on. I need to systematically assess once a year what my spiritual status is. And sometimes it sends a shiver down my spine to see how far I've drifted off course without realizing it. In step two, the difference today is not, do I believe that a power greater than myself can keep me sober? That's fine. I have what some people refer to as current agnosticism. So there'll be areas of my life where I'm stuck and I kind of put up with having a persistent resentment or a persistent disappointment or a persistent fear. And I won't turn it over to God because I don't believe that God can do anything about it. So I just muddle through. And I need to ask myself in step two, could a power greater than myself take me further? Could a power greater than myself solve even this problem which I've been stuck on for years? Is there still hope? Is the question. In steps 4 and 5, there's a line from another Paul Martin article where he quotes Dr. Harry Tiebout, who was a psychiatrist. Who, I know it's a kind of a dirty word in recovery, isn't it, to even use the word psychiatrist. Some people are already putting their hands out that is. But, unfortunately, his writings are actually part of AA's literature. So I think it's Alcoholics Anonymous Comes of Age. There's an article at the back by Harry Tiebout, who, as I said, was a psychiatrist, who was the psychiatrist of a couple of the very first members of AA. And this is what convinced him about AA, because AA broke down something in them which made them amenable to psychiatric help in a way that psychiatric help on its own could not. And he also became a trustee of AA, one of the non-alcoholic trustees. And what he said, there we go. Our late friend, Dr. Harry Tiebout, with his unique talent for clearly delineating the problem of the ego, emphasized that a reduced ego had marvelous recuperative powers and that surrender was an essential disciplinary function and experience. Tiebout pointed out that it took persistent work to keep the ego checked and that part of this lay in repeated inventories, not just one. And it's really difficult to say what the difference is between just doing inventory as you go along and sharing it with your sponsor, and systematically going through the first 3 steps, saying, right, God, I'm going to re-give my life to you, and then doing a comprehensive inventory covering your whole life. And it's like this. You know the game, the street swindler's game, where there's a P and there are 3 cups, and you have to guess which cup the P is under. And whichever cup you lift up, because you only lift up one at a time, the P is never there. So you always lose. And sometimes step 10 can be like that, is that you lift up the cup, you kind of analyze this area, but it doesn't quite get to the core. And there's something about doing a step 4, like years sober, where you lift up all the cups at once, and you see everything at once, and there is nowhere for your ego to hide. You see the shabbiness of it in its full glory, in a way that you don't when you're just doing an inventory on like this topic right now. And the other thing as well, as I say, I'm sure you never make mistakes. Perhaps some of your sponsees do, but I make a lot of mistakes. And those build up this kind of residue of embarrassment and guilt and shame over the course of the year. And when I get to the end of the year, and I tend to do the steps once again in like June, July, I shared an inventory which took about an hour, which covered like all of the shabby things I'd done over the previous year, and all of the weird places my mind had gone, all of the dark thoughts that I'd had, all of the petty little resentments and nasty little demands I've quietly been making of people. And I'd shared each one of these individually, but I hadn't throughout the course of the year until I met my friend Jeff and shared everything at once. It was only then that when he looked at me afterwards and I realized that he wasn't looking at me any differently than he had an hour earlier. He still loved me as a friend. And I thought, you know what, I've done these shabby things, so I'm okay. And I need that lesson more than once. I need the lesson on a regular basis that it doesn't matter how crooked my thinking is. It doesn't matter how shabby and childish and petty my behavior is. Even though that behavior is not fine, and the thinking is not fine, I'm fine. I'm still loved, I'm still lovable, even though all of that stuff. Some people learn that lesson once, and it's learned, and I've got the lesson now, thanks for the information, they're fine forever. I'm not. I have a broken guiltometer, and every time I do something wrong, it builds up a residue so that by the end of the year, I just feel that this guilt is like free-floating guilt. And I need a full step 5 where I reveal everything and have someone look at me afterwards and say, let's go for a pizza. That I need to be shown that I'm okay. It's no good telling me theologically that, God loves you. Well, that's fine. I need the demonstration of another person having the whole of me revealed to them and them still loving me afterwards. I need concrete demonstration. I'm made of flesh and blood. I'm not amenable to ideas on their own. I need lived experience involving other people. Now, the other thing as well, because I've got a broken guiltometer, and what this involves is when it's my fault, it looks like your fault. And when it's your fault, it looks like my fault. And I grew up very confused. In my family, if someone was upset, it was never their fault. It was always someone else's fault. And you then had to guess what you'd done wrong to upset the other person because they would never tell you. So this is how the faulty guiltometer gets installed. Because of this, my brokenness kind of goes back a long way. There are lots of people, and just one thing which I think is really important, in the doctor's opinion, what does it say? It's the bit about there are all sorts of different types of alcoholic. Here we go. Then there are the types entirely normal in every respect, except in the effect alcohol has upon them. They're often able, intelligent, friendly people. I was not friendly. I am not in this category. I can be friendly today, like 1 day out of 3. But I'm just not this. I wasn't normal before I drank. Some people were. My friend James was had a perfectly normal, idyllic childhood. My friend John had a normal, idyllic childhood, and they turned into alcoholics. I was not. I was crazy from a very young age. So my brokenness goes back a long way, and it's taken, the way you put some things in the washing machine once and they're fine, and other times you need to run them through the washing machine a few times. I'm the second sort. But with the guiltometer in steps 8 and 9, when I get to the end of the year, although I'm making apologies as I go along, and I just hate the idea that anyone has anything on me, which is why I like to apologise straight away if there's any doubt. I get to the end of the year and I need a serious analysis of all the relationships which have gone wrong, all in one go, because often there are connections between the things that have gone wrong in different relationships that I don't see at the time, and that I need to look at the bigger patterns in my life. So once a year I go through all the relationships in steps 8 and 9 which have gone wrong with my sponsor or with other people and say, right, now this is where I think my responsibility was for the problem. This is where I think the other person's was. Is my judgment right on this, or is the broken guiltometer kicked in again? And I need someone else looking at that in a solid way. So I think those are the benefits of doing steps 8 and 9. Doing all 9 steps again. And it's this idea that Paul Martin talks about, is that they're like, when it says on page 59, here are the steps we took, which is suggested as a program of recovery. What is suggested is the steps as a whole. It's not like they're suggesting, here are 12 steps, take whichever ones you want. So they're a single process. Where they came from was actually a 7-step process, I'm given to understand, from the Oxford groups. I don't know much about the Oxford groups. So the numbers are kind of irrelevant. You kind of get fooled by the numbers into thinking that they're like separate things, but they're not. For me, the first 9 steps are a single process, which take place once a year. The last 3 steps are a daily process. And regarding the thoroughness, my friend Tom quotes his dentist as saying, only floss the teeth you want to keep. And it's like that with the steps. I need to do all of the steps. I can't pick the ones that appear most appropriate. Are there any more questions? Chap there with them.
My name's Matt, I'm an addict. Tim, you were talking about your amends earlier, and you banged them out in 9 days. I understand that concept derives back to Dr. Bob. He smashed them out in a day.
Yeah.
I'm a drug addict of 1990. And I've got a lot of faces of victims, and there's a lot of amends that are probably going to take a long time to repair, or cannot be done at this moment. Do you think there's a time limit on when it should be done, or you should just, go straight into action, try and smash them out in 9 days? Because I'm not the alcoholic of 1930. I'm a drug addict of today, and a lot of my amends would involve where I've gone to prison, and and so on and so forth. And that's just my story. I don't know how you feel about that with regards to it. Do you think they should be smashed out in a week, or you do it as guided by the sponsor?
What my experience of the amends process is, the first time round, it took, the first run through the steps, took considerably longer than 9 days. Lots of the 76 were fairly small individual things which could actually be banged out, smashed out really quickly. A friend of mine in recovery says we're in the effort game, not the results game. So what it talks about in step 9 in the book is that we won't get over our drinking until we do our utmost to straighten out the past, which means what matters is the effort that I go to, not how quickly the effort bears fruit. So when I'm taking sponsors, where I've got a lot of experience is sponsoring people. So I see a full range of experience between people that can do 5 a day because of the nature of the amends, and others who've kind of been messier and have travelled around a lot, and where there's lots of crime involved, which makes it more complicated, and it just takes longer. Also, some people are, when they get to steps 8 and 9, are super clear on what the harm is. Other people are really not clear on what the harm is and are very confused about, the difference between what was going on inside your head and what you actually did. What is your responsibility? What is their responsibility? Can get really confusing. So what that means is sometimes that I can spend with a sponsee. Sometimes I've had sponsees where we have 3 one-hour sessions just to discuss a single amend because it's not clear and it's not clear and it's not clear. They have to go away and think about it and do some work and pray and meditate, and eventually it comes clear. So it ain't going to get done in 9 days in those situations. What matters is that I set aside a decent amount of time every day, given my other obligations, until it's done. And if it takes 1.5 years, it takes 1.5 years. If it takes 9 days, it takes 9 days. Again, it's going to vary hugely from person to person. There's some people have got wives and kids and 2 jobs and all sorts of other obligations, and the time available is just limited. Other people are free as a bird. I work for myself. I was able basically to take 2 weeks off work to just devote my whole time to it. Most people are not in that position. So does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think because when I went through the steps, first time on mine, it was kind of like very simple amends going up and a lot of I'm sorry, very simple kind of ones, and it's almost like I forgot about it, and I can make the excuse of I'll do it indirectly. I just want feed from that shop. I just want verbal that house. I just want violently whatever. Like I can make that excuse like just indirectly, and I'm starting to feel it's almost like a get out clause to be able to just come up with some bullshit excuse, not to actually really make the approach on it. Do you know what I mean? And now I'm reevaluating the steps and just reworking the steps now. I'm now on a new 8 list and looking at that directly. And I realise the importance of how I really have to clear that wreckage, because you don't realise how it can sort of it can clog you up and hold you back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to gain the freedom, the element of freedom that you actually spoke about. Do you know what I mean? I go back and the area where I used to live, where my children are, I'll go around and I'll walk around, don't get me wrong, but there's always that little over my shoulder type of thing. I don't feel complete freedom when I go and pick my children up, and now I don't believe that's what recovery is about, and that's the reason I asked it, because it can be quite confusing. I know friends that bang them out very quickly, and mine is a little bit more complicated. I'm not special and different or nothing like that, but it's cool.
Thanks for sharing. There's a chap behind. Hi, Jim.
So I heard you saying that you're good friends with Chris R. and you learned from Mark Davis and I'm sure those among us that have ever heard either of those two speaking appreciate how vehement they are or were with the recovered thing. And I would say come from the line of sponsorship on the time, but my sponsors, but for AA historian, maybe debate that. But I understand that in the early days, when the book talks about 50% coming and staying and being recovered, they were likewise very clear about what the first statement in the big book said. We're a group of men and women who've recovered from alcoholism. So, and I understand that that's important to show hope and light to the newcomer. So, and I heard what he said about yes to the recovered or recovering. However, being friends with Chris R. What do you think of his take of things? Forget about mine, but his.
Okay, so to sum up the question for the tape, a lot of the early AA experience was about stressing the fact that we do recover, and how does one reconcile that with being friends with Chris, and perhaps being a bit more on the fence about it. To answer the question about recovered or recovering, let's do this now. Let's just get it out of the way, shall we? Okay, so because this is such a contentious issue, a and causing arguments doesn't help anyone. When I'm asked to share, and this topic comes up, I think what I can say truthfully is, number one, if alcoholism is a twofold illness, where there's an obsession of the mind and a craving of the body, I can say that that obsession does not affect me today, and that craving doesn't affect me today because I don't have any alcohol in my system. So I am not suffering from the symptoms of alcoholism today. So I have recovered from alcoholism. So I'm clear on that. As my sponsor says, just because you've recovered from a gunshot wound doesn't mean that someone can't shoot you again. One of the advantages of having a sponsor from Texas is that lots of the metaphors are to do with guns. I've been told off by American friends. I spoke somewhere where there were lots of Americans, and I said something about putting a sticking plaster on a gunshot wound, and he would say, "You're British, what would you know about gunshot wounds? You can't say that to Americans." Anyway, so what is super true is that although I've recovered from alcoholism, there's a big although, and the although is that my life is mortgaged to AA. I need to keep up the payments, so that I don't own that recovery. It's been given to me, and it's been given to me on a conditional basis, which is slightly scarier. It's terribly one's terribly confident in saying, "Well, I'm recovered," as though you've kind of acquired something which you can then keep. And my old sponsor, Brian, would say that recovery is not like milk you can put in a canister and take away. It'll go sour on you. It's something that you get given on a daily basis, and if you're offended by religious things, just put your fingers in your ears right now. In the Lord's Prayer, where it says, "Give us this day our daily bread," it doesn't say, "Give me a contract for bread for the rest of my life." So that the fact I've recovered does not guarantee that I will stay recovered. And I've got a friend called Devinda who says continuous sobriety doesn't keep you sober. You know, and people say that when they're celebrating birthdays, "Well, I'm celebrating 10 years of continuous sobriety." He says, that's not a guarantee of anything. That's some history which is true, but that doesn't mean to say that you are immune. So that's why I think the problem is not that one is, recovered or recovering. The problem is that that the truth is a little bit more complex than either of those two single words are able to convey. Like trying to squeeze too much meaning into those single words. There was a chap behind as well who had a question. Yes? Hi, Mark.
What's your view on what a spiritual awakening is?
Oh, God. What is my view? I don't have a view, but I've probably got some experience on what a spiritual awakening is. I think I've alluded to it already when I talked about the realization that other people were real and that their feelings are as real as mine. That it's terribly difficult to talk about the spiritual awakening. It talks later on in the big book about awakening to a sense of responsibility for other people. And there's a definition of humility, which I may come to later on, where it talks about recognizing your status as a creature placed in a specific relationship with the rest of God's universe. And I think when I'm asleep, I'm the only person that counts. I'm the only person that matters. Everybody has to do what I want them to do. I see other people as delivery systems for a drug of some sort. And once you've delivered to me the drug that I need, whether it's approval or sex or acknowledgement or validation or love. Once I've got what I need, you can go now, I'm done. Tell me that you love me. Oh, you did? I've got to run now. So my behavior in the world when I'm not awake is one of a consumer. I just consume what the world throws at me, and I always want more, and I always want more, and I'm the only person that really exists. Waking up in step 12, or rather throughout the other steps, is I realize I'm a perfect child of God, full of flaws. So there's no contradiction there. It's a paradox. Other people are real. I have the ability to affect other people's lives for good or for ill. There was one amend where I had a really bad breakup. I say a really bad breakup like the other ones were really good and neat and tidy. Okay, one of the really bad breakups. I finally find this person like years later. And you're taught to say in amends, is there anything else I've done that has harmed you? Just so that you're covered, just to invite them to come clean so that you can walk away with it saying, I really have done everything I can. And I said, is there anything else I'd done? I'd been unfaithful and whatever. And what he said in the amend was, it took 10 years before I really got past that. I was like, I had no idea I had the ability to affect another person in that way. No clue. I knew that you affected me, but I had no sense that I could affect other people. But the flip side of that is that I can affect other people positively. There are things which people said to me in AA in 1993 and 1994 which recur to me on a daily basis. Help which was given to me, a little throwaway comment, helps me on a daily basis years later. And so part of a spiritual awakening is realizing that we're all connected, we're all one. Everything I do and say affects other people. And even my thoughts are not private. You know the way when you walk into a room, you can tell who's in a foul mood and who isn't. Sometimes you walk into a room of a 12-step fellowship, and like everyone is joyful. Other times it's like there is poison in the room. My thoughts actually affect other people. Other people's thoughts actually affect me, and you don't see it happening, but it's real. I think this is what a spiritual awakening is about, is realizing that we're all connected. And there is a story about the difference between heaven and hell. And hell is like a banqueting table where there's loads of amazing food, but everybody's arms are locked at the elbows, so they can't actually eat because they can't bend their elbows to bring the food to their mouths. And everyone's trying to eat, each person on his own, but they're all starving because they can't bend the elbows. Heaven is exactly the same, except people have decided that they're going to feed each other. So the fact their elbows don't bend is fine. They can feed each other. So the situation is exactly the same. In one situation where you're out for yourself, it's hell. And in the other situation where you're out to help each other, it's heaven. And the difference is your attitude towards each other. And there's a very old saying, and I'll round up this question on this point, where I'll say what the saying is if I can remember it, and then explain what it means to me. If I'm for me, what does that make me? If I'm not for me, who is? If not now, when? And so to explain those three lines, if I'm for me, what does that make me? If I go through life out only for what I can get out of it, what does that make me? And my step 8 list shows you what that makes me. It makes me an arsehole. And it makes my life unlivable. I end up alone and separate and wanting to die, like before 10 in the morning. If I'm not out for me, who will be? And this is the great gamble in step 3, when I say to God, okay, my life is none of my business. What you think about me is none of my business. What I think about me is none of my business. How you treat me is none of my business. What I want is none of my business. What I need is none of my business. My financial situation is none of my business. God, I'm going to serve you. And that's a massive gamble, because if I'm not going to look after those things, who is? If I'm not for me, who is? And you have to jump into the dark. And when you're about to jump into the dark, you're saying to your higher power, I want a guarantee that I'm going to be caught. And the higher power says, no guarantees, just jump. So it talks in the book about the terrible choice about going on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of your intolerable situation as best you can, or accepting spiritual help. And it says that these aren't easy choices to make. And the reason they're not easy is because, on one hand, you're going to destroy yourself, but you might get a bit of relief on the way. On the other hand, what accepting spiritual help means is that you waive the right to have you as the primary objective of your life. And that's really scary. So I understand why people balk at step 3. And the spiritual awakening, I think, is me recognizing that third part. So if I'm for me, what does that make me? If I'm not for me, who is? If not now, when? If I don't take this decision now, when am I going to take it? Things are getting worse. I need to do something. And you take that step, you leap into the dark. And number one, once you get there, it's not dark, it's light. Number 2, you're totally caught. And it's that feeling of letting go and being caught, and you realize that you can let go whenever you want because you'll always be caught. I think, to me, that's the spiritual awakening. Any other questions? The lady there. Hi, Leanne. I don't. So the question is, because there's a spiritual solution, there's a spiritual problem. The spiritual problem is like connected to the mental obsession and the physical allergy. So doesn't that suggest that it's threefold? To me, I can't adequately explain the mental obsession without the spiritual malady. So they are connected, but it's like the difference between, is it 2 + 1 or is it 3? So if you've got 3 cups in front of you, do you have 2 + 1 cups or do you have 3 cups? Well, the cups are the same. You can conceive of them as being 3 cups on the table, or you can conceive of them as being 2 cups + 1 cup. It's still the same thing. I think the important thing is that I don't forget that it is a spiritual problem. And where the connection is between the spiritual malady and the mental obsession, there is correspondence between Bill Wilson, who's one of the co-founders of AA. I was talking to Spiritual Paul a few years ago, and he said he's tricky. You know these kind of sponsors that ask tricky questions? He said, who are the founders of AA? And I thought, this is so a trick question. I'm 16 years old, but this has to be a trick question. So I said, Paul, well, the founders of AA are Bill W. and Dr. Bob. He said, no. No, the book says they're the co-founders of AA. God was the founder of AA. There's correspondence between Bill Wilson and Carl Jung. So Dr. Carl Jung, psychiatrist, gets mentioned in the big book, page 26, 27. And there is correspondence between the two, like years later, where Bill writes to Carl Jung and says, so what happened to, Roland Hazard? Can you shed any more light on this? Because This patient of yours, his story actually ultimately triggered the founding of AA, so I'd like to find out more. And what Dr. Carl Jung said was that, and this is in the book The Language of the Heart, which has got all of Bill W.'s Grapevine articles, and it's a very helpful book. What Jung says is that what alcoholics are looking for in alcohol, and it applies to other drugs therefore as well, is like a substitute for connection with God. That your soul won't be at rest until you're resting in God, and that if you don't satisfy that desire to be resting in God by resting in God, you're going to go for alcohol instead. And it talks about how it's no accident that alcohol is referred to as spirits, because it's touching the same part of your soul as a real spiritual connection, which is why a spiritual solution works for alcoholics and addicts, because it gives you the real thing, where alcohol gives you, and drugs give you a substitute feeling for that. So if I don't get the real thing, I'm going to go for the knockoff copy. So to me, the spiritual malady is totally part of it. But the spiritual malady is shared by all sorts of other people who aren't alcoholics, who don't have the... So it's kind of, to me it's 6-1. I'm very bad at... If you want really clear, definitive answers, you've got the wrong person. I can give you Chris's number. He'll give you some really clear answers to things. Although he's become a lot more nuanced recently, so he's really interesting one-to-one. Chap at the front, yeah. Hi, Rick. So to reiterate the question for the tape, and by the way, if I'm reiterating a question and I've totally misunderstood, just make a loud noise or wave or something. So the question is, if you're spiritually fit, would it theoretically be possible to take substances without triggering the physical craving, on the basis of the observation that sometimes people do so for medical reasons and they're totally fine? I need to speak from my experience on this. I've, for very short periods, for medical reasons, had to have opioids, not opiates. And it drove me crazy. I hated it. It was under supervision. I felt really sick. I was so glad when I was done. And it took me weeks before I was back to normal. I'm not looking forward to the possibility of that ever happening again. I'm slightly hesitant to say any more than that, other than I've had a lot of sponsees who have had to take opiates or opioids for medical reasons. Some have been fine, some haven't. My view is if there's any risk, I won't take the risk unless it can be absolutely avoided, but I'm not medically qualified. I'm not going to say any more than that. But what I will say is I see a range of different experiences there. Okay. Any other questions? Lady at the back there.
Hi, my name is Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
I know this has been explained to me a number of times. I've got a really bad memory. About the physical allergy. I'm allergic to lots of things. Like there's so many things I'm allergic to. I have a reaction now to all of them. Constant. So when it's described as a physical allergy, so when I'm allergic to other stuff, my body's rejecting it, and I don't
Got it. Okay, so the question, the description of the physical side of this as an allergy presents difficulties because it doesn't look like any other allergy we currently talk about. So how does that get explained? My home group has in its possession a 1930s American English dictionary. And one of the novelties of my group is that during the big book reading, if anyone wants a 1930s American definition of a word, they can shout out dictionary and someone will find and read the definition of the word in question. And there are a number of words which mean something substantially different in 1939 than they mean in 2016. And the two most relevant ones are allergy and meditation, to make things really controversial. I'll probably come to the meditation one later on. But regarding the allergy, the understanding back then was that it was meant more broadly. So whenever it says allergy in the book, you read that as abnormal reaction. Now, you've got to understand what does that even mean? How do you know a reaction is abnormal? And the way it was explained to me, which I find really helps, if like a bunch of people are walking through a forest and there are some mushrooms there, and they all eat the mushrooms and then they all keel over dead, you conclude that the mushrooms are poisonous. If you've got another bunch of people walking through a forest and they see some mushrooms and they all eat the mushrooms, and one of them keels over and the rest are fine, there is nothing wrong with the mushrooms, but you say that that person has an allergy. So the reaction is only abnormal if most people don't share it. So what you've got with the allergy is you've got two things. Firstly, you've got the nature of the reaction, which is that when I have one, I want more and more and more. And the second thing is that it's abnormal in that, like, it's estimated, it depends who you read, but between 5 and 15% of people react in this particular way, that they want more and more and more. There are some ethnicities where it's far less, there are some ethnicities where it's far more. So if you forget the word allergy and call it an abnormal reaction, suddenly it becomes a lot clearer. And just because it's just occurred to me, so, who knows, it may have occurred to me for a reason, I want to share with you the explanation of the allergy that my friend James came up with. Which this has made it more clear than anything else. He describes how when he goes to the cinema, he looks forward to it, not so much because of the film, but because of the box of Maltesers. So he gets this huge box of Maltesers and then goes and sits in the dark. And he's finished eating the box of Maltesers by the time the trailers are over. So the film hasn't even started, but he's finished the box of Maltesers. Now, all day, he's looking forward to the box of Maltesers. When he starts eating the box of Maltesers, he has to carry on till he's finished. But once he's had the box of Maltesers, he is satisfied, and he just watches the rest of the film, and he doesn't go out and buy a second box or run around the town with boxes and boxes of Maltesers, forgetting that he even had a cinema ticket. Now, a lot of things, and this is, I really didn't mean to be controversial, but I'm probably going to say something controversial. There are lots of things, it's very fashionable, it appears to me, in recovery, to call all sorts of other unseemly things that one does addictions. Oh, I'm addicted to this, I'm addicted to that. I need to go to all these different fellowships. And to me, the difference between compulsiveness and addiction is that when I've got a compulsion to do something and I do it, I've satisfied the compulsion, I'm now done. And I may be compelled, it may not be in my best interests. It probably is not in James's best interests to eat a whole box of Maltesers. And he certainly does it compulsively. But once he's satisfied the urge, he's done. When I've satisfied the urge to have a drink or a drug, I am not done. I want more. So the difference between a compulsion, I'm compulsive in all sorts of ways, is if I satisfy a compulsion, I'm done. If I satisfy an addiction, I ain't done. I've created the desire for more. So you scratch the itch and the itch gets worse. So to me, that's the difference. Any other questions? Nope. So what I'm going to do, we've got questions on some of the steps. There was one on how I personally define step 1, but I think I've kind of covered that hugely. Does anyone have any other questions on step 1 before I put that to bed completely? Nope. There was one other question on step 1. Oh, yeah.
I'd just like to, if you could elaborate on, because there seems to be, in the years that I've been privileged with being a member of 12-Step Fellowship, that there's so many different explanations and opinions on unmanageability.
Oh, God.
One person, you get one story, you ask someone, if your site implies that either it's not a subject from a cover, or it's a broad subject and we don't have time, so, and I don't want to be a thing for my sponsors, the last thing I want to do. So, if you could keep it as concise as possible, please. Just explain, in your experience, based on the book, of course, unmanageability. Because people talk about the mess of their lives and one thing and another, and if you could just shine some light on that.
Okay. So the question is, what is unmanageability? Lots of people have different views. It's really confusing. What I'm going to say, again, because lots of people have different views, what I say may totally differ from what you think. And there's no reason to change your view based on what I say. And I may change my mind on the train on the way back. So, if you're still resenting me in 2 weeks' time, I may already by then be agreeing with you. So, just don't worry. My view of the book Alcoholics Anonymous is that it was written to be plain. It's not cryptic. I don't think there are hidden messages. When they wrote it, one of the reasons they wrote it, for lots of reasons, one of which was to make money. So that's how noble they were. But one of the more noble reasons they wrote it was so that when they get flooded in New York with loads of requests for help, they can send out the book and say, here, do this, you'll be fine. Write us a letter once a year. So it was meant to be a go and do it yourself manual. Now, as anyone who's tried to do the steps just by going through the book without a sponsor will attest, it's kind of not so easy to use it as a DIY manual. You can get all sorts of things wrong. But that was their aim anyway, for it to be as plain as possible. And the problem with unmanageability is there is a shed load of stuff all the way through the book up to page 59 is the first page on which it uses the word unmanageability. Doesn't get used before then. There's a shed load on powerlessness. It's really clear. You're powerless over the first drink. You're powerless after the first drink. And by this point, by the time it sets out the steps, here are the steps we took on page 59. It's already covered step 1. It's already covered step 2. And then so let's read out what it says. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol. So fine, we've already covered that. Tick. That our lives have become unmanageable. And you're like, wait. You haven't mentioned anything about unmanageable. How can you just slip that in there? This is why I'm not keen on looking for secret meanings of it. It's got to be, if they slip something in there, and the book was sent out to 400 people for checking and reviewing and proofreading before it got published. So if there's like a major problem, you have to assume it was going to have been found. So to me, if it doesn't define unmanageability, it must be really plain Let's be really obvious. Secondly, it's got to be something which works for all alcoholics. It can't just work for some. It's got to work for all. And I was at a service workshop last year where they showed a video which is used for public information purposes for AA for prisons. And of course, because it's a video, they've got, you can see the people's faces, so they have to use actors to preserve people's anonymity. And there's this kind of 1950s voiceover. The whole thing is kind of embarrassing, but it's, it'll do. There's this 1950s voiceover as you sort of see the actors playing people who are locked up, who are alcoholics. And the voiceover says, "This is Brian. Brian's an alcoholic. Brian's lost control of his drinking, and thus his life." And I thought, damn me, that's the simplest explanation of step one I've ever heard. If I cannot choose whether or not I'm going to drink today, and if when I drink I cannot choose how much I'm going to drink or what is then going to happen, I am not in charge of my life. A little demon is in charge of my life, which is living inside me, and if it decides we're going to have a drink, we're going to have a drink. This works for anyone who, if you can tick the powerlessness box, powerlessness over the first drink, powerlessness after the first drink, you can tick the unmanageability box. There's no such thing as having a problem with, I get the powerlessness, but I don't get the unmanageability. No, if you haven't got the unmanageability, you haven't got the powerlessness. Because if you this was the realization on 24th of July 1993. My God, when I get up in the morning, I have no choice over whether or not I'm in a police cell by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I am not managing my life. Something else is. The other evidence, I won't say proof, the other evidence for this, there are two things, and then I'll come on to the tradition. There's a more traditional view of our manageability, which I'll come to in a sec. To me, an understanding of step one, which excludes anyone who's a real alcoholic, it doesn't fly. And one of the problems is that the traditional view of our manageability over the last couple of decades has been the bedevilments on page 52. And just to remind anyone that hasn't had them drummed into them by a merciless sponsor, we were having trouble with our personal relations. Well, I was in 1993. We couldn't control our emotional natures. We were a prey to misery and depression. We couldn't make a living. We had a feeling of uselessness. We were full of fear. We were unhappy. We couldn't seem to be of real help to other people. Now, that was totally true for me when I got sober. But honestly, the people I sponsored over the years, that's true for about 7 out of 10. For about 3 out of 10, 1 or 2 of those might be true. There are people that come to AA with a really serious drink problem who are actually pretty stable. They're holding jobs down. They're holding relationships down. They're really good with their kids. They're kind of go-to people for practical stuff, but they're unhappy and they're drinking. And they can't stop. I can't use that paragraph with them to prove they're an alcoholic. It doesn't work. And what's really interesting, you'd think when they wrote the big book, it's probably your experience too, that most people who come into CA not just like normal people who happen to be taking too much cocaine, everything is screwed. And neurotic and all of these terrible things. You'd think in the big book, when they use named examples of alcoholics, they choose people who are typical of people that come to AA, but they don't. And the best example of this is Fred on page 39. So up to page 44 where step 1 stops, Bill gets mentioned by name, and then two other kind of imaginary alcoholics get named. There's Jim, and then there's Fred. And so they're using Jim and Fred as like the poster boys for alcoholism, to describe to people what alcoholism looks like. And just to read a bit of Fred's story. Fred is a partner in a well-known accounting firm. His income is good, he has a fine home, is happily married, and the father of promising children of college age. He has so attractive a personality that he makes friends with everyone. I hate him already. If ever there was a successful businessman, it is Fred. Yet to all appearance, he is a stable, well-balanced individual. Yet he is alcoholic. And then when it comes to, in case I don't want to spoil the suspense in case you haven't read this, but he has a horrible slip. He has a few more cocktails than are strictly good for him and then disappears for 4 days. But immediately preceding his slip, it says this: physically, I felt fine. Neither did I have any pressing problems or worries. My business came off well. I was pleased and knew my partners would be too. It was the end of a perfect day, not a cloud on the horizon. He's drunk in half an hour. Now, the thing is, if you tried to get Fred to take step one and say, Fred, you need to admit that you're having trouble with personal relations, that you're a prey to misery and depression, he wouldn't be able to take step one. He wouldn't be able to admit unmanageability. If you say to Fred, can you guarantee that you won't have a drink on any given day? He'd have to put his hand on his heart and say, I can't. Powerless over the first drink. I'm not in charge of my life. Something else is in charge of my life. To me, it gives an explanation which works for everyone. And in the 12 and 12, we don't have a copy of the 12 and 12. In the 12 and 12, in the step one, it addresses this particular problem. Like, for most alcoholics, you can point to the wreckage of your life and say, well, clearly my life's unmanageable. Look, it's a mess. But it says, how do you 12-step someone who comes into AA with 2 cars in the garage and a job and a wife and a family and, like, everything's fine? And it says, going back through our own drinking histories, we could point to the fact that early in our drinking was no mere habit, but indeed the start of a fatal progression. So, again, I think that was their understanding. This is just my view. I may be completely wrong. I may change my mind on the way home. But my view is that their view in early AA, in the first 20 years, was unmanageability as a natural consequence of being in the grip of something that you're not in charge of. And yes, I have the bedevilments. So, good. Any other questions? Yes, lady there. Yeah, so just to cover the point with Jim's story and Fred's story, I think that the quotation with Jim's story is this. This is page 36, I came to work on Tuesday morning. I remember I felt irritated that I had to be a salesman for a concern I once owned. I had a few words with the boss, but nothing serious. How many of you, can we have a show of hands? How many of you have been irritated at any point this week? Okay. How many of you have had a drink or a drug this week? Welcome back. So what we know from this is just because you've been irritated doesn't mean you're going to have a drink. There's something else. So I will come to the point. But there is an underlying spiritual malady. And one of the difficulties, because what it says about both Jim and Fred is they failed to enlarge their spiritual life. Well, so absolutely that's there. But one of the really scary things is that you look at Jim's story, you look at Fred's story, I can be the last to know that I'm spiritually unfit. Like, really, I can, like, everyone. I think I'm doing sensationally, and people are crossing the street to avoid me. You know, which is why I need the other people around me in AA to say, "Oi, you need to watch that. You were really rude just now." So there is a spiritual malady underlying it. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. There was one question that someone had, which is on the list. What are the signs that one is going to slip? If I know what those are, am I really powerless? It's an interesting question. One of the answers to this is basically to look at the basic text bit of the book, so up to 164, and look for all of the times where it says, if you do this, you'll get drunk. Or if you don't do this, you'll get drunk. And this is the reason... Oh, how long have we got for this session?
Well, half one is lunch, so you might go through till then.
Okay. I may stop just before then, because it's people start to get restless. Well, no, I start to get restless. Okay. You're fine. I'm the twitchy one. So if you go through... Yes, the reading we got earlier... in this session was the bit from Bill's story where it says you have to enlarge, and this is the funny thing, enlarge your spiritual life. Now, if you said to a bunch of people, like did a straw poll, how do you enlarge your spiritual life? Whether you ask people in AA or CA or, people in Poole or Weymouth, how do you enlarge your spiritual life? You'd probably get stuff about prayer or God or religion or spirituality or something like that. And what the book says is kind of startling. It says, through work and self-sacrifice for others. It's amazing. And later on in A Vision for You, I can't remember the page number, where it says, so at this point in A Vision for You, Bill has 12-stepped Bob. Bob's made his amends. He stopped shaking. What do we do next? And it said the two friends, it reads like an Enid Blyton at this point, the two friends decided that they had to stay spiritually active if they were going to stay sober. And again, it doesn't say they went to church. It says they go and find someone who is shaking and vomiting to help. And this is the first one in the book. There are 7 of these, what I like to call death threats. Like, if you do this, you'll get drunk. Or if you don't do this, you'll get drunk. And the first one is this work and self-sacrifice for others. I have been involved in it. The AA structure is slightly different than the CA structure. It just would be, wouldn't it? So we have like groups, intergroups, regions, conference, General Service Board. And I've been involved in London Region North for about 16, 17 years. And I've never seen anyone who's in service in London Region North have a relapse. It seems to me, all the people I know from 20 years ago who are always, those sort of irritating service junkies who are always cheerful, and they always have this clutch of newcomers around them, like little ducklings following a duck, and they never have time for you because of their sponsees and their service and whatever. They don't get drunk. It's amazing. So that's the first one. The other 6, and bear in mind it says if you have these in sufficient degree, you'll drink again. This is a scary list. Resentment. So it talks about harbouring resentment. If we harbour resentment, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the spirit. The insanity of alcohol returns when we drink again. That's page 66. On page 70, it talks about if you're harming other people and you're not sorry, in other words, you're justifying it, you're embedding it in your life, you'll drink. My friend Tom talks about a time he told his sponsor something eventually. My sponsor says an honest man is someone who eventually tells the truth. So my friend Tom tells his sponsor something, and his sponsor says, I'm really glad you told me that. I've never met anyone who does that for a while and stays sober. Harmful conduct. If I'm persistently harming someone else, I'm placing myself at risk of drinking. Secrets is another one. They're always worse in your head than when you've actually spoken them to someone else. Unmade amends, and the chap earlier who talked about amends, it says we won't get over our drinking till we've done our utmost to straighten out the past. What that means is, have I done enough for today? Like, I know there's still more to do, but am I current? Have I been making an honest effort so far? That is the thing which seems to keep people sober, not like getting to the end, but keeping the progress going. Unfaced creditors, it doesn't say paying them. It says we must lose our fear of creditors no matter how far we have to go, for we are liable to drink if we are afraid to face them. So page 78. So it's not like you're fine once you've paid the debt. It says you're fine once you've faced them and you've come to an arrangement. And complacency, we're not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all our activities. And on the materials which are going to be made available online, that document is there. And it's really useful. If ever you want to know how close you are to a drink, you can look down those 7 categories and say, well, how am I doing? When a sponsee slips and you want to do a post, and never shout at them when they've slipped, people shouted at me when I slipped and it didn't help, which is why I don't shout at other people when they slip. But it is a good time to review what happened. Let's see if we can work out what happened. And a really good thing to do is to go through that list and say, are any of those active in your life? Any resentment, any harmful conduct, any unmade amends, any secrets? And you'll usually find a bunch. Next, we've got time for a couple more, I think. It's amazing how many of these are like controversial questions. Is the resentment inventory a 4-column inventory or a 3-column inventory? I can see this has been discussed before. Again, I think it's a bit like, you know those doors where it only opens one way? And the question, is this a push door or is this a pull door? Well, it depends which side of the door you're on. From one side of the door, you push. From the other side of the door, you pull. It's like recovered, recovering, 2-fold, 3-fold, 3-column, 4-column. It depends which side you've decided to sit on. When you look at the book, it's really clear what the step 4 instructions are in terms of writing. So on page 65, when you're doing the resentment inventory, this is where you get to be as vicious as you like about all of the swine in your life that have made you suffer for so many years. You can finally give voice to that, and you get to share it with someone else. How amazing is that? And they get to listen. And if you pick the right sponsor, they won't even interrupt either. It's amazing. So we were usually as definite as this example, and it gives you a table with like, I'm resentful at, and it has columns. So I think we can pretty safely conclude that there are at least 3 columns in the resentment inventory. Now, the way to do the steps, and this is good. This is actually a really good. Oh, it's a point that really helped me. How do you do the steps? Well, the basic text of the program is the book up to page 164, and where I get that information from, they changed. You know that these hard cover editions have got a little fly leaf with an explanation here. I left my actual copy in the hotel, but my copy has got a 3rd edition dust cover. And the 3rd edition dust cover the text is totally different than the 4th edition one. And it talks about the first 164 pages being the basic text. And it says, this is the AA message. And that's in the 3rd edition. They removed that from the 4th. So if anyone says, what is the AA message, you point them to the 3rd edition. How do you actually use it? What I was taught to do is up until page 63, which is you make a decision to turn your will and your life over to God, which is like an internal movement, immediately followed by getting a pen and a piece of paper. Until then, there are no actions to take. So what do you do with the first pages up to 63? And it's incredibly clear. If it presents an idea, you say, do I understand that idea? If you don't understand it, ask someone, what does this mean? And when it's describing an alcoholic, you say, is that me? Have I ever done that? So when you get to page 20... 21, when it describes the real alcoholic, it says he uses his gifts to build up a bright outlook for his family and himself, and then pulls the structure down on his head by a senseless series of sprees. You say, well, have I ever done that? Well, absolutely. I was supposedly a promising musician at the age of 17. By the age of 21, I couldn't play anymore because no music made any sense to me. That whole avenue of my life was cut off. That's all I have to do up to page 63 is say, do I understand it? Do I identify with it? So when you get to page 66, 67, and you're doing your step 4, you don't need to ask, is it a 3-column inventory or is it a 4-column inventory? You just do what it says. So when it says that you write a grudge list, you write a grudge list. When you get to page 67, it says, referring to our list again. So you get your list. It says, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely look for our own mistakes. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? So if you're following the instructions in the book, you're going to be doing some more writing at this point. Now, whether you put it in a 4th column, or whether you write it on using lipstick on the bathroom mirror, or if you write it on someone's face with a marker pen, it doesn't matter as long as you're writing it. Well, it doesn't matter if it's in a column or not. The question is, am I doing what it says in the book? So I don't think there ever needs to be an argument about method. You just do, either you've done what it says or you haven't. Does that make sense? Okay. Does anyone have any questions? We might as well cover step 4 now. Does anyone have any questions about step 4? Okay.
A lot about step 1. I've got that down. I've been in AA for 10 years now, and my problem is step 2 and 3, because how does an atheist get through them to this step? I understand the concept of choosing your own. When you believe in science and that there is no explanation for anything other than yourself, you're born with God. Never get clear understanding of, and then you talk about your friend that praying. You didn't pray or something because because he's going to hear you. I understand all of that, and no one's ever given me their clear take on atheism in a 12-step fellowship. Because to me it seems impossible to come to and make that decision.
Okay. That's about the best question that can be asked in a thing like this. So thank you. So the question is, how do you do step 2 if you're an atheist.
I assume that the rest of the steps follow really easily once you've got to it.
Yeah.
None of this, you need a solid step 1, because I had that for a decade. So, yeah,
Okay. So I'll do a few minutes on this. If we need more time after the break, if more questions come up on this, we can cover those this afternoon. The first thing, so I've sponsored several hundred people over the years through the steps, and most, this is London, most have even more of a problem with God than in lots of other parts of the country. So the first thing to do is to recognize that the word God is a word which points to something. It's not a thing in itself, it's just a pointer. And what it points to is this idea of a higher power. So first of all, you can delete the word God. If the word doesn't help, don't worry about it. All it is a pointer to a higher power. And then you say, well, if it's a higher power, there are 2 elements to this idea. Number 1, it's a power. Number 2, it's higher. And if you can understand what those 2 things are, you're pretty much there. So let's leave aside the higher for a minute and say, well, what is a power? And let's see, I haven't got page numbers prepared, so give me a second. So, first of all, in step 2, the question is, do I lack information or do I lack power? Now, if I know I'm an alcoholic and that drinking is really, really bad, lack of information is not my problem. My problem is the power to put that information consistently into action in my life. So, and that's the premise of step 2, that lack of power is my problem. Make sense? So, I need power. So the question is there any evidence that power exists? The relevant bit is on page 50, where it talks about people in AA. It says, here are thousands of men and women. They wrote this when they were under 100, but anyway. Here are thousands of men and women, worldly indeed, which means, people in AA are not religious, they're not saints. They're like ordinary, they're like me. They're just as flawed, they're just as strange, they're just as rude as me. These are normal people. They flatly declare that since they have come to believe in a power greater than themselves, to take a certain attitude toward that power and to do certain simple things, there has been a revolutionary change in their way of living and thinking. In the face of collapse and despair, in the face of the total failure of their human resources, they found that a new power, peace, happiness and sense of direction flowed into them. This happened soon after they wholeheartedly met a few simple requirements. And the few simple requirements are taking the action set out in the book. So, in step 2, the question is not, do I believe in God? That's completely the wrong question. The question is, do I believe that the other people at my home group have changed? Do I believe that they were once drunken wretches lying on the floor in the gutter and are now useful members of society? Or are they all lying? So and I remember this very clearly, thinking, I have to believe that this change has happened in them, or they've somehow conspired to lie to me. I mean, not even I in my arrogance could believe that they'd all kind of got together to pull one over on me. I had to believe that they had changed, that they had been as screwed as I was, and they were now okay. So power had flowed into their lives, enabling a transformation to take place. So the power exists. And so it asks me in step 2, it doesn't ask me, first of all, do I believe in a power greater than myself? It asks me whether... I can't find the quotation now, but here we go. Do I now believe, or am I even willing to believe, that there is a power greater than myself? So what I'm asking there is, do I have evidence that power exists and works in other people's lives? And the answer is yes. So that power is there. Now, the question about God is a question about what the source of that power is. And it's like God is to the power I see working in other people's lives in AA, is like a power station and the electricity which makes the kettle work. So if the kettle works and there's electricity, well, the electricity probably comes from somewhere, but I don't need to know anything about power stations or about physics to press the button on the kettle to make the kettle start to work. And it's like that with the power greater than myself in AA. I don't need to understand anything about theology. I don't need to understand what God is. I don't need to understand anything about the power. I just need to look at the power working in other people's lives because they've taken certain actions. And first of all, does that power exist? And I had to say yes. Then later on it says, either God was everything or God is nothing. Let's translate that into human language for people that have trouble with the word God. What that means is either this power that has transformed other people's lives is available to everyone, or it's not, in which case it's as good as useless. It's no good to me. And the thing is, I couldn't come up with a good reason why that power wouldn't be available to me, because every element of my story which made me different, I heard told back to me in AA rooms again and again and again. I once shared very dramatically about being run over or something, drunk. And and I was so proud of my, special little story. And then 5 other people said, oh, it's really good to hear the last speaker saying, because that happened to me too. And I was deflated with every story, because I no longer had this unique story. If you stay long enough, you'll hear your own story told back to you so many times, you have no excuse to believe that what won't work for others will work for you. So it kind of divides it into two phases. Yes, the power exists because I can see it working in other people's lives. No, there's no reason why, in principle, it shouldn't work for me. And when I say this is a higher power, well, it's higher than what? A friend of mine refers to it as their wit and wherewithal. So I applied my wit and wherewithal to solve my problems before I came to AA, and I couldn't do it. But that power was released in me by taking the steps. And I can't control that power. I seem to be able to activate it, but it's not a matter of thinking it through with intellect or driving at it with willpower. It's something more than that. And I heard a woman in Texas a few years ago saying that, and I won't do the accent, she said, she's called Pookie, she said, you've got to take action to activate your faith. God ain't going to slide no hot dog under your door. And the point about step 3, therefore, is what step 3 means if you're an atheist is, if I take these actions, I'll be fine. I'm going to have to trust that just taking these actions, I'll be fine. That's all. But you have to take the actions promptly and swiftly, trusting that the process will look after you. And one of my great AA heroes is a chap called Clancy, who's very helpful. And one of the things he says about the actions in AA is that first of all, you take them because you take actions you don't believe in because the people who are suggesting them are doing better than you. So no action I've ever taken in AA looked like it was going to improve my mood anytime soon. In fact, it almost always looked as though it was going to do the opposite. Why don't you go to London Region North meetings on a Sunday morning at 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on a Sunday? How could that possibly improve my life? Why not answer the phone and listen to some whiny alcoholic tell you about their day when yours is far? How could that possibly help? What about going to that meeting at the end of the road where endless things to do, none of which could conceivably help, but you do them and they help. So taking actions you don't believe in because the people who are suggesting them are doing better than you. But the key point is this, and this is a Clancy line, the actions don't care why you take them. So I can switch the kettle on believing in electricity, knowing about power stations, or I can switch the kettle on with no belief in electricity, with massive skepticism, with superstition about the source of electricity, and the kettle will still work. Amazingly, the water will boil. And that's my experience with AA, is I get to, the understanding comes after the action. The action comes first, and then 10 years later it clicks. But I don't get to have it click first. If you want it to click first, you're going to be waiting a long time. And I want my lunch, so we're going to stop. So do try and think of some questions for after lunch. And do you want to take us out with the Serenity Prayer?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tim. We'll have a 1 hour lunch break till about 1:30. And we'll lead out with the Serenity Prayer, using God as you do or do not understand it. God,
grant me the serenity to accept things I cannot change, courage to change things I can, the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
I bet you are. Yeah. Thank you very much.
It's the top paragraph of page 96. Of page 96.
Just to verify, Mark was asking. 96. It's from due all the way down to chance.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay, no problem. Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
welcome back. My name is Jake, and I'm still an addict. Can we have a moment's silence to remember the addicts who still suffer, please? Okay, and can we pass around the pots to recognize Tradition 7, please? Tradition 7 states that every CA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. In this view, we would respectfully ask that contributions be confined to addicts only. Okay, thank you very much. And now we're going to have a little reading out of the big book from Mark. He's going to read the top paragraph of page 96.
Thanks, Jake. Yeah, my name's Mark. I'm a Valley Club.
Mark.
Brief passage from the chapter Work from the Valley. Do not be discouraged if your prospect does not respond at once. Search out another alcoholic and try again. You are sure to find someone desperate enough to accept with eagerness what you offer. We find it a waste of time to keep chasing a man who cannot or will not work with you. If you leave such a person alone, he may soon become convinced that he cannot recover by himself. To spend too much time on any one situation is to deny some other alcoholic an opportunity to live and be happy. One of our fellowship failed entirely with his first half a dozen contracts. He often says that if he had continued to work on them, he might have deprived many others who have since recovered their chance.
Thank you, Mark. Now I'll hand you back over to Tim.
My name is Tim. I'm still an alcoholic. And a chap called Jim W., who got sober in 1957 and is still alive, said that there's never really an argument about whether you're an alcoholic or an addict, or are you one, are you the other, are you both. He said San Antonio is a city in southern Texas. If you say you're an alcoholic and an addict, you're saying you're from San Antonio and you're from Texas. If you're from San Antonio, you are from Texas. If you're an alcoholic, you are an addict. Just the substance is alcohol. The reason I wanted to pick that reading was there was a step 2 question which I forgot to go over. It's a bit of a philosophical one, but here goes. If I've lost the power of choice, is choosing the program really a choice? What I've lost the power of choice over is whether or not I have the first drink. What I do have a choice over is whether I take the actions necessary promptly enough not to fall back into the pit of alcohol and drugs again. That's where the choice lies. And if I don't make that choice quickly enough, then I'll get dragged back. And it's interesting, what this touches on is the difficulty of what happens when people relapse. And sometimes when you look at that passage on page 96, if someone is kind of resisting, then there's no point in trying to force recovery on them. You have to wait until people really want it. But there's a really peculiar phenomenon of, and I've seen it quite a few times, of people who are willing and are taking lots of action, but somehow it's just not gelling and relapses keep happening. And also, it's completely baffling. You have people who are totally willing, totally surrendered, take loads of action for 3 weeks. And then it stops. What's going on? And all the way through the book, it's very hesitant to make any kind of definitive statement about what is going on in the minds or the hearts of these people. It uses this phrase again and again. It's on page 58, 96, 114 and 148. Cannot or will not. Because looking from the outside, when I've got a sponsee who's been relapsing, I can't tell by looking from the outside, is this someone who can't get well, or is this someone who doesn't want to get well? And that's why it says, I think, cannot or will not, because it's not for me to judge. I can't judge. But what I can share with you, I know it's kind of going forward a little bit to step 12, but there we go. It's all a bit mixed up today anyway. How do you deal with it when sponsees relapse? Which they are going to do. Don't take it personally. A chap called Don P. in one of his talks said, someone asked him, are you surprised when sponsees relapse? He said, no, they're alcoholic. I'm surprised when they don't relapse. And sometimes, I haven't seen a sponsee for 3 weeks or 3 months, and I bump into them at a meeting and I ask them if they've been sober all this time, and they're really offended that I'm even asking. You can't take this for granted. So what do you do when someone relapses? As I said earlier, you don't shout at them, you don't slap them. There's no point in saying to someone, well, you obviously don't want it enough. It's just, in my experience, not as simple as that. What you can do, there are a number of tools that I use. Based on the principle that if you take enough of the actions to serve God, you'll place yourself in God's care. I run through like a checklist of what actions the person was taking. So there is the idea sometimes that if you live in all three sides of the triangle, of the symbol of the triangle within the circle of recovery and fellowship and service, you're going to stay sober, you're going to stay clean, it's going to happen. So the question is, well, how do you live in all three sides of the triangle? And I've got a whole bunch of questions that I ask people about the bigger arc of steps 1 through 9. Were you putting your back into that on a daily basis? Were you practicing steps 10, 11 and 12 on a daily basis? Were you opening up to people where it says on page 86, is there anything today which needs to be discussed with someone else? Are you keeping stuff to yourself? And it's daily. Those questions have to be asked daily in some cases. And almost invariably, you discover that there's a gap somewhere in one of the three sides of the triangle. The ego tends to cover its tracks, so it's only by detailed questioning that you ask. And I've had people come to me as potential sponsees saying, it's really baffling, I've done the steps and, it hasn't worked. And when I've gone through, sometimes there are holes you can drive a Sherman tank through, but the person can't see it. That isn't always the case. And one of the hard cases, like 1 in 10 people who I have who's a slipper, you can't diagnose it. You look at like they were doing all the right actions. With the ones that aren't, it's simple. Take the actions, you'll be fine, and if they do, they are. But the really baffling ones, the ones who like super willing, seem to be taking the actions, and then boom, they're drunk. And I've had a very small number of these over the years, not many at all. I probably get disproportionately many because I'm like the arsehole at the end of the line when it doesn't work with anyone else, go and talk to him. I've had people come to me and say, I really don't want to be talking to you, but there's no one else, which is not very flattering, but there you go, you work with it, last resort. But very often there is a reservation. And the reservation, there are 2 types of reservation. Type of reservation number 1 is with step 1. And very often the focus goes on like the 99% of step 1 that the person has got, and you miss the 1% that they haven't got. And when you've got someone who's slipping chronically, as I did, in my case it was only 6 months, but it was like regularly over 6 months. I had a reservation, and I didn't know I had a reservation until way after. And the reservation was this. You know what, if I drink, it's not really the end of the world, so I just come back to AA. I was pretty convinced that if I drank again, it might be really disastrous. I might, get beaten up. I might, whatever, get arrested. But I'll just come back to AA. And the reason it's a reservation is because I thought I still had the power to stop when I chose. And I've seen so many people over the years who had that reservation slip and can't come back, that is a false belief about alcoholism. And just because you've slipped a few times and come back doesn't mean you will come back the next time. Just because you run across the road and don't get hit by the truck doesn't mean it's always safe to run in front of trucks. So once you start slipping, it actually reinforces that reservation because your experience is now telling you that you can come back from a slip. But the experience belies the truth, which is it's Russian roulette. And that's the most common reservation in someone who slips. The other one is trickier, and it tends to be with people who are in their early 20s, like teens or early 20s, is like 97% of them, 97% of the person wants to be sober, but 3% just wants to be drunk. And I don't know any way of fixing that one. I really don't. My friend Tom tells a story about this French-Canadian in AA in California who was a doctor. He was a gynecologist. He used to introduce himself as saying that he was a recovering alcoholic and a recovering gynecologist. But he used to do these public information talks about AA, and One of the frequent questions would be about young people. You know, if you've got someone who's from an alcoholic family, and like both parents are alcoholics, and all of the older brothers and sisters are alcoholics, and all the aunts and uncles, and they're Irish Catholic. I mean, what the chances that the kid is going to be an alcoholic are really high. You know, well, can't you just explain to them carefully that, you know, it's probably a really bad idea and, you know, nip it in the bud? And his answer, and this explains a lot more than just this question, it explains all sorts of things. He said, and this is me doing an impression of Tom doing an impression of Gil, okay? So, a French-Canadian doctor. So, he would say, alcoholism, she has 3 phases. The first phase is the fun phase. This is when you're having fun. There may be consequences, but you're having a great time. Phase 2 of alcoholism is fun plus problems. You have your first divorce, you lose your first job, but you're still having fun. Phase 3 of alcoholism is problems. And his comment was, once you get to the problems phase, a few people get willing enough to get sober. If someone is still having fun, you don't want to get in the way. And sometimes people are still having fun. Maybe not a huge amount of fun, but there's still some fun there. And the advice to me, I remember saying to someone when I was really new, you know that really manipulative way you tell someone you're going to drink so that you can guilt trip them into spending an hour with you, like to talk you out of it? I know none of you have done that. I would do that. And I remember saying to someone once, you know, I want to drink again. She said, well, drink. AA's people that don't want to drink. When you're done, come back. We're not going anywhere. And that really helped because it made me work out which side of the fence I wanted to be on. Did I want to be sober? Did I want to be not sober? And the choice is like one or the other. I've heard it said as well that alcoholism is a lot like dancing with a gorilla. You're not done dancing until the gorilla is done dancing. Except in the original story, they didn't say dancing, they said dating. Except it wasn't dating either. You don't choose when to let go. The gorilla chooses when it's done. If I drank or used again, I'm going back into the gorilla's cage. It gets to choose if and when I'm done. And the footnote for those of you who have addicts or alcoholics in your lives, if you're going to more than one meeting a year, then this may apply to you. If you try to get between the alcoholic and the addict and the gorilla, you'll get your arms and legs yanked off, and not just by the gorilla. So I don't interfere. When someone is done, I can help. If you're not done, I can't help. The most useful question, the question I ask, once I go through all the other questions, if we cannot find why someone is relapsing, the exercise is this: to answer 2 questions. Complete these 2 sentences. Number 1, I really need to get sober and clean because ... But part of me still wants to get high because ... And you might just find the truth there. Because it's not the 97% that's signed up, it's the 3% little bugger inside you which isn't signed up, which is causing all the trouble. That's the ghost in the machine. And you've got to find that it like scoots around. You can't, when you try and find it, it hides, but it's there. It is, and that little bugger is always there in someone who is relapsing. So we don't give up on people. You just find, you just got to go further and further inside to find the truth. And sometimes that requires going to a different person. Sometimes you have to go through a whole bunch of people. Like if you're the relapser, you have to go through a whole bunch of people to find someone that can reach you. And that was the case with me. Any more questions for now? Yeah.
What are your views and experiences on it states in the book that this is a religious program and people come in and bang on about church, Jesus
I suspect you think it's off-putting when you come. Okay. So the question is about, is it a religious program, blah, blah, blah. A friend of mine is a Jesuit priest, sober in AA. And when he's in a meeting, he only refers to the higher power. He doesn't even use the word God. And he's a Jesuit priest. I mean, it's kind of, you'd expect him to mention God occasionally, but he uses the phrase higher power a lot. When I'm sharing, my aim is to try and reach people. I want to do what is going to reach them most effectively. And if in doubt, quote from the book. If there is any, this is about 12th stepping. If there is any indication that he wants to stop, have a good talk with the person most interested in him, usually his wife. Get an idea of his behaviour, his problems, his background, the seriousness of his condition, and his religious leanings. You need this information. So when I'm in a meeting, I need to know who I'm talking to. You need this information to put yourself in his place. Oh, God, do I really have to? To put myself in their place to see how you would like him to approach you if the tables were turned. So that's what I have to do when I'm sharing. I try and put myself in the shoes of the people that I'm speaking to and say, if I were them and I needed a message, how would that message best get through to me? Now, if I think about that and I think mentioning Jesus might help, perhaps I'd mention Jesus. If I think it wouldn't help, I wouldn't mention it. But that's the principle on which I choose how I touch upon the higher power question. And I do it very differently in different places. Any other questions? Right. What's next? Step 7. How do you define humility? So step 7 is when you're asking God to remove the defects of character. And in the pack, there's a mistake. It says this quotation is from step 7, and the 12 and 12 is not. It's from step 5. And I think this is one of the best ones. It says, another great dividend we may expect from confiding our defects to another human being is humility, a word often misunderstood. To those who have made progress in AA, it amounts to a clear recognition of who and what we are, followed by a sincere attempt to become what we could be. So, to me, it's about looking reality in the face. And one of the difficulties... can I just have a show of hands? Has anyone in here had a problem with low self-worth or low self-esteem? Stick your hand up. Okay. You're probably in the right place. I've made 2, because what it says here, humility, a clear recognition of who and what we really are. It implies that a lack of humility means that we think we're something that we're not. And I've got lots of American friends, but one of them, he uses this phrase which Americans use and British people don't use it. British people would say, oh, he has £1 million or something, or his house is worth £1 million. Americans will say that, oh, John, he's worth $2 million. They'll actually use that expression. And my whole life, until coming into AA and for a long time after it, my value was like indexed by how much I was earning, what my job title was, whether I'd been promoted recently, how often friends returned phone calls, whether people came up to me and asked me to sponsor them, what I looked like, whether or not I had a tan, whether or not I'd been to the gym recently, how much I weighed, whether I weighed 2 pounds less than the day before. Like a gazillion external things my identity was pinned to. Just nod slowly if this makes any sense to you. That was my whole... I was constantly looking for who I was in other people's reactions. So how you reacted to me was how I felt about myself. If you reacted well to me and positively and cheerfully, I felt good about myself. If you reacted badly to me, if you were just grumpy with me, I would take everything personally. So the world was a mirror in which I saw myself. And what is going on here, this is a complete lack of humility, because I'm not recognizing who and what I really am. Like who I really am is based on how you've just reacted to me. I remember some boss had been shouting at me, and I was phoning a friend, and the friend said, is he an asshole with other people? And I said, yeah, he's like that with everyone. And he said, do you think it's possible he was an asshole before you walked into the room and will be an asshole after you've walked out of the room? I said, yeah. He said, why do you think any of his reaction to you is about you? And this has been the big answer to the low self-worth problem, is recognizing that how other people are and how they are towards me is a reflection of them. It's not a reflection of me. And it's like someone explained to me once, you know, when you're out and about and you see like a class of little school children, like 5-year-olds or 6-year-olds on a school trip, and they're all holding hands with the teachers, making sure they're kept safe, and they're sort of looking around and in awe and amazement at the world, and they're laughing and doing all the little cheerful things that children do. And you look at them, and you wouldn't think for a moment to say, well, that one is worth more and this one is worth less, and ranking them. But that is exactly what I've done my whole life with adults, like judging the person I meet. Is this person worth spending time with? Is this person worth ignoring? How do I rank this person? And doing exactly the same to myself. And what humility says to me is that I'm of infinite worth because I exist. I don't need to do anything to achieve that worth. I can't do anything which will detract from it. If I act like a schmuck, I've acted like a schmuck, but that does not make me a schmuck. So what I've needed to do is recognize I'm not my life, I'm not my behavior, I'm not my thinking, I'm not my past, I'm not the harms I've done, I'm not my job, I'm not my family, I'm not my nationality, I'm not any of these things. And in traditional terms, they'd say, you know, a child of God or something. I know that term bothers a lot of people. So that's why someone said to me once, and I've used this term since, that I'm of infinite worth just because I exist. And so recognizing who and what I really am is not cutting me down to size. It's actually cutting me up to size. It's recognizing I'm far more than all of this material stuff in my life that I get so identified with. Does that make any sense at all? I hope so. Step 10. Do you start sponsees on steps 10 through 12 as soon as they start on step 4? Or do you wait until they complete step 9? On page 85 of the big book, or 84 of the big book, actually. This thought brings us to step 10, which suggests we continue to take personal inventory and continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along. We vigorously commenced this way of living as we cleaned up the past. So there are always two ways of answering a question. The first way is to say, well, what does the book say? And that gives you some information. So the book seems to be telling me to do step 10 and 11 at least straight away, as soon as I've taken step 3. But what is more valuable than that is the experience. And just so you get an idea of what my steps 10, 11 look like, the idea when I get up in the morning, I talked earlier about my job being to place myself in the service of God so that I can be in the care of God, so that I don't need to use again. And to place myself in the service of God, God, I think, or the higher power is a lot easier to talk to than you think. If you want to place yourself at the service of God, there's no magic formula. You can say something like, I place myself at your service. It's not I don't need to go to theology school. I don't need to buy special books. I just need to talk directly to this power greater than myself. And I start off by, what the book suggests is to start off by saying, God, please direct my thinking. And sometimes I will say that 50 times until all the weird noise that I sometimes wake up with has stopped. Divorce my thinking from self-pity, self-seeking, and dishonest motives. And the question comes up a lot. How do you know whether what comes to you when you pray is God's will, or if it's your own rubbish, if you're just talking to yourself? There's a really great speaker called Bob Olson from Denver. And he said, if you've asked God to direct your thinking, and then you're asking direct questions like, God, what would you have me do today? Who would you have me see? How would you have me be? You just have to trust that the answer that comes to you in your mind is more likely to be God's will than if you don't answer the prayer. And I think that's good enough for me. It doesn't mean that everything that comes after you've said the prayer is going to be God's will, but you're adjusting the odds in God's favour, and the more you pray, the more you adjust the odds in God's favour. And the questions here: how do you practice step 10 during the day? How do you practice step 11? With step 11, I stick pretty much the instructions on page 86 to 88 of the book. I'm going to come to meditation and other things for step 11 later on. But something I get from Bob D is that whatever other fancy footwork you do in step 11, what other wonderful spiritual techniques you adopt, and like breathing techniques and posture and courses and going to Nepal and books. Most people in recovery have got a shelf full of spiritual books they've never read, or they've read like the first 4 pages, and then their leg got twitchy, so they just, let's try that next year. Fine, buy the books, go on the courses, learn the mantra, but to do these things in addition to what is set out in the big book on pages 86 to 88. So every day I ask God to direct my thinking. It says we consider our plans for the day. So I consider my plans for the day. It's no more complicated than that, to consider those plans under the guidance of God. I'm going to come up with better plans if I say, God, how can I serve you today, rather than just shooting through the day like a bullet train. And then the review at the end of the day, some basic questions about what went well today, what went badly. Was I unkind to anyone? What do I need to do differently tomorrow? I keep the end of the day review very, very short, like 5 minutes. Like 5 minutes of things I did wrong today and corrective measures is really enough. Any more than that for me is self-obsession in terms of daily review. And then step 10 during the day, to me, it's basically like having a computer program running in the background, which is supposed to spot whenever I get one of 2 things, agitated or disturbed. And it uses these 2 words on page 87, or agitated or doubtful. So either I'm upset or I don't know what to do. And those are the only 2 problems I can have. I'm upset, I don't know how to get unupset, or I don't know what to do. And all I have to do is ask God, please remove this from me and guide me as I go through the day. And I haven't exhausted, in like 22 years, I haven't exhausted the instructions in pages 84 to 85 for step 10 and 86 to 88. I think the riches lie in the practice of it, not in some like weird interpretation or special interpretation of it. The language is plain, but what you then do with it can then become, that's where the riches lie. And so the reason why I start sponsees on steps 10 through 12, like straight away from day one, is, well, look, if I, at 22 years, need to say to God, direct my thinking, divorce my thinking from self-pity, self-seeking, dishonest motives, remove from me my self-will. If I need to do that, why wouldn't they? Or they have like an automatic connection that I don't have. No, clearly, if I need to do it as someone who's in recovery, well, why would they not want the tool? And there's another important reason. I like to give... It talks in the book about laying out the kit as spiritual tools for people. So as soon as they show they're willing, boom, here you go. So they have all the bad news at once. This is the full program as it could be practiced. Now, you say to them, look, you're probably not going to hit the ground running, firing on all pistons instantly. So you want to try and work as much of this into your day as quickly as you can. If you can't do everything all at once, fine. But this is what the program is. Because what I don't want is to withhold anything in the program from someone, and then they drink and something terrible happens, and me thinking, I wish I'd given them more of the tools. So I want to be... There's a lot of responsibility in sponsoring people, because in principle, they're putting their lives in God's hands, but in practice, they're leaving the direction to the human being, which is standing between them and God. So I need to make sure I'm giving them the best possible chance of staying sober. So I give them the full set of tools, keep it low-key, try and show people ways to do a little bit of step 10 every day, a little bit of step 11, a little bit of step 12. When I've got someone like super new, 2 days sober, I get them to, as we're working through steps 1, step 2, and step 3, which I'll do, in the space of 2 or 3 days usually, if they're up for doing the work. I'll get them to do like a rudimentary step 11 review at night. What was your biggest resentment of the day? What was your biggest fear of the day? What was your biggest guilt of the day? What went wrong? Name one thing you can do better tomorrow. And that seems enough to clear the scum off the surface, so that junk doesn't build up inside them. So that's what I do on that, and I give them a pack so that they, pack of it here. This is what to do when you're resentful. This is what to do when you're frightened. This is how you pray in the morning. Because it saves them having to sort of write notes and not being able to understand the notes. I try to make things as easy as possible for people. Does anyone... Now, no one had any questions before the event on steps 8 and 9. I know someone had a step 8 and 9 question earlier. Are there any thoughts or questions that people have got on steps 8 or 9? You're all in that kind of post-lunch carbohydrate dip. Yeah.
So I hear different things from different people when I was taught. But in your opinion or experience, is everyone that's on your step 4 on your step 8? And is there more to add?
That's an amazingly good question. In Bill's story, it talks about, it's really weird, because it links resentment and amends. So it says, if you resent the person, these are the people that you are willing to make amends to. So it kind of assumes that everyone who is on your step 4 is on your step 8. When I do step 8 myself, and this is obviously therefore what I do with sponsees, is I'll say, well, go through the list of all the people on your step 4 as a starting point. And then add anyone that you've ever harmed who was not on the step 4, who didn't make the list, who didn't make the cut for step 4. So you've got a full list then. But then step 8 is a completely different step than step 4. And one of the really interesting things is it's a tradition in lots of parts of AA and CA and some other fellowships which use the big book, where it's a matter of pride, like how many names did you have? I had 400 names. I had 600 pieces of paper. Like as though the more pieces of paper you have, the more names you have, the better your inventory is. And then it gets to step 8, and suddenly people get very quiet about the numbers of people. They start saying, well, that's between me and my higher power. And in step 4, it's like, people sometimes love step 4 because they get to write about themselves. I mean, what greater tool for a bunch of people who are self-obsessed and want an excuse, a socially acceptable excuse, to write and think and ponder and meditate about themselves. Whereas step 8 is a lot more uncomfortable because you have to consider how you've affected other people. And so people start to say these beautifully spiritual things like, well, in God's time. So I'm willing to make amends to Jennifer, but, God hasn't brought her into my life yet. So, I'll leave that for God to choose the right time. Like it's like spiritual to do that. And there's a story about that. I will come back to your point. There's a story about that, lots of my favourite stories are Jewish stories, and one of them is about a rabbi and a tailor. And the rabbi takes his coat to the tailor, and he says to the tailor, when is my coat going to be repaired? And the tailor says, God willing, it will be ready by Thursday. So the rabbi shows up on Thursday, and the coat isn't ready. And he says, so when will it be ready? He said, God willing, the coat will be ready by Monday. So the rabbi turns up on Monday, coat's still not ready. So he says a third time, when will the coat be ready? And the tailor says, God willing, it will be ready by Wednesday. And the rabbi said, what if we leave God out of it? When will it be ready then? So the question is not in God. We have to take action to create the opportunity in steps 8 and 9. But anyway, back to the question about who goes on the list, how do you make amends? The reason I went into the diversion is because in the big book, they are not shy of using the word all. So in step 6, in step 5, it talks about every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Page 75, I think that's right. So that's an all. In step 6 and 7, it talks about all of these. Let's get the page open. Entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. 7, humbly asked him to remove our shortcomings. 8, made a list of all persons we had harmed, became willing to make amends to them all, made direct amends to such people. So there's like a sense of completeness. And complete is different than thorough. Step 4 is supposed to be thorough, which means you're covering the main points, but nowhere in the resentment inventory does it suggest that you need to write down every resentment you've ever had. But that is the instruction it's taken to be. But you get to step 8, and it's asking for completeness. Most people do it the other way around. They have like 800 people on their step 4, and then the step 8 is sketchy, and then the step 9 is sketchier. And it should be the other way around. And it's so interesting. You get to the end of a step 4, and suddenly it says, where is it? If you have already made a decision, that's step 3, and an inventory of your grosser handicaps, you mean it wasn't supposed to be an exhaustive analysis of everything that's ever happened to me? No, it's an inventory of your grosser handicaps. It's supposed to be a thumbnail sketch in a sense. If you look at what the book's actually saying, the culture is a long way away from what the book is saying. It's all backwards. So I do a thorough step 4. But what thorough means is it needs to be thorough about me, not thorough about everyone else. If I've got 400 names, I've been really thorough about what everyone else has done wrong. But I don't necessarily learn more. If I analyse why the top 20 people who bother me, I've pretty much found out everything there is to know about me. The other 380 resentments are there. But my experience is when I get to resentment 21, 27, 46, when I look at the causes of why I'm bothered, it's the same as in the first 20. I'm not finding out anything new. All I'm now doing is listing how you are responsible for how I feel, and it's not helping anymore. And I've got a very good doctor who, when he takes a blood test, only takes 5 millilitres of blood. He does not take all of my blood to test it, because he knows that if he takes the 5 millilitres but does a proper analysis on that, he will get a full picture of what is going on in my entire cardiovascular system. And it's my experience with step 4 as well. If I get a large enough sample, like 20, perhaps 30 names, 20, 30 major relationships, you know everything. You find out everything you're going to find out. Which means you can get on to step 8, making amends, a lot quicker. Step 4 does not need to take a year. A couple of weeks. Step 8, this is where we get exhaustive. This is because if you make amends to Jennifer, that's not going to cover the harm you've done to Sally and Sue. You need to make amends to all of them. And yet, the harm may have been the same, but the amend is different. And the 12 and 12 is a useful addition sometimes in big book world, if you mention the 12 by 12, people start leaving the room. But the instructions are in the big book, but the 12 and 12 helps. And one of the things it says in the 12 and 12 about step 8 is something like we extract from an analysis of all our relations as much information as possible about what went wrong, because it was defective relations with other people which were the cause of our alcoholism. So that's why I'm super thorough and exhaustive in my step 8 and 9 with sponsees. And my method, and it drives people crazy. Step 8, I want to know what action you took. If it's me, what action did I take? What should I have done instead? Who suffered and how? And the reason this is important is what I'm making amends for, I can only take responsibility in a relationship for the action that I took, because that's the bit that has harmed the other person. So if I resent someone, that is something going on in my mind. If I've got a face like a slapped ass, and I'm letting myself do that in someone else's presence because I want to let them know exactly, they've hurt me and they need to work it out. That is the thing which is harming them. It's not the resentment. It's how that resentment manifests in my behavior towards them. And I don't know about you, but I was not brought up with the ability to analyze acutely my behavior towards other people. It just wasn't done. People don't apologize in my family. They encourage each other to apologize, but that's a different matter. They don't themselves apologize. And it's amazing how often when I've had sponsees doing step 8, I'll say, okay, what was the harm? What was the action you took? It will be something like, I created a bad atmosphere. Like, how did you do that? What did you actually say or do? You've got to get down to the actual brass tacks of it. Or I was jealous, or I had expectations. Did you perhaps express the jealousy? And it turns out, they went into their Facebook account and sent evil messages to all of the person's exes. So it's no good saying I was jealous. You listen, no, I hacked his email account and sent messages to his exes. There you go. That's the behavior. But it's amazing how often that won't come out on the first pass of a step 8. You've got to dig. And the question to ask is, what did you actually say or do? And then, what did you say or do? What should you have said or done instead? But sometimes you hurt people, but it is the right thing to do. So sometimes you'll break up with someone, but that's better than staying in a crazy relationship. So if the right thing to do was to break up with someone, if it was done kindly and in an adult way and with the right amount of explanation, yeah, you've hurt them, but you haven't harmed them. So hurt and harm are different. I mark people's exams for a living, in part. Poor sods. And, clearly, if I fail people, they fail their whole degree. This really hurts people, but it doesn't harm them, because it would harm them to pass them and have them go through life with a fake qualification. So this is why the second question is so important. What did I do? What should I have done instead? And then the third column is really relevant: who suffered and how. Because I've got to work out whether someone suffered, what the relationship was. And one of the really interesting things is like shoplifting from supermarket chains. One of the standard things, people will want to go back to the branch. Like, who suffered and how? Is it the manager of the branch? Is it the girl at the checkout? No, it's the shareholders of Sainsbury's who suffered here. They're the ones who've ultimately been defrauded. Why would you go back to the branch? Now, sometimes people need to for whatever reason, like for psychological reasons, but those three columns, it brings out the exact nature of how I've harmed people. But the reason why everyone on my step 4 is on my step 8 is if I resent you, what is almost always going on is I've done something to you and I feel really guilty, and if you're an asshole, you deserved it and I don't need to feel guilty. So I get rid of guilt by blaming people. It's called being a blame thrower. And so who I resent is a really good sign to who I behave badly towards. And I've noticed if I behave badly if I'm really nasty to someone, I will start to resent them for all sorts of things I hadn't noticed before. And it's because I feel guilty and I need to demonize them. So that's why the resentment inventory is a good place to start. But also the other thing I get out of step 8 sometimes is, I mentioned the broken guiltometer before. And there have been lots of relationships where I felt immensely guilty. Like for everything. Like I'm responsible for the whole thing going wrong. And it turns out, no, I'm responsible for these 4 things, but not for everything else. And so a proper analysis in step 8 of exactly what happened, exactly what I'm responsible for, lets me off the hook where I've been feeling inappropriately guilty, but leaves me on the hook where I do need to go and make amends. Does that answer the question? Okay. Is there anything else on 8 and 9? Or 10?
So that I found that interesting what you said about the shoplifting sort of crime and harming stakeholders.
Yeah.
So how would you suggest to someone, or how would you do that? Would you make amends for that harm?
I can't tell you how many sponsees who shoplifted from major chains. I never, ever tell someone how to make an amend, because the consequences of making that amend are theirs, not mine. If I've told them what to do, I'm responsible for the consequences, which is why I don't do it. And that's why the book says we share our experience, and then they choose what to do. So, but what I can tell you, I've had sponsees who have gone to the branches and offered to pay back the money, and that seems to have worked out well. I've had lots of sponsees who have written to the head office and said, I want to give back the money. I've had ones who have given, like when the chain supports charitable endeavours or community actions and things, community campaigns, to give the money directly to that. So sometimes it's involved disclosure, sometimes it hasn't involved disclosure, but something is done and they've all got free. I only had one shop theft. Well, it wasn't really a shop theft. I stole from an employer. And that was a really tricky one because it would have involved... it wasn't discovered. It was a small amount of money. And my father was very close to the owner, and she'd given me the job as a massive favour to him, and it would have dragged him into it. So what was agreed with my sponsor and other people at the time was that you could potentially spoil the relationship between her and him. So you need to... There was other crap that I got up to in that job where I made a full apology for all of that. We left on good terms, and I gave, I think, 10 times the amount to a charity over a couple of years. I'm not saying that's right, but it is what I did, and I feel free of that one. I think one of the important things with amends is they're not about dramatic demonstrations, they're about amending what is broken. And one of the big questions which is very not very often discussed in AA or CA or anywhere. I've never heard it discussed widely, is this question of what it means exactly, except when to do so would injure them or others. So we make direct amends to whoever has been harmed, except when to do so would injure them or others. And when I've looked very carefully over the years at pages 76 to 83, which is where the instructions are, and it gives you basically 3 general principles. The first one is on 77, where it says, our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people around us. So when I'm considering an amend, the question is, will this make me more useful or less useful? And a sponsor of mine was about to admit to a crime where it wasn't known that it was her who'd done it, and she would have been prosecuted if she had been found out, and the crime was like a property crime of some sort, so not an interpersonal one. And she works with children, and she travels, she's a yoga teacher, and she travels to America as a yoga teacher a lot. This would have crippled her ability to work in her field. So the question is, would that... So she had to find another way to redress the balance with the universe. So that's the first... And I didn't make... This is in the book. You know, this is not... This is the principle that is there. You make of it... You may disagree with the principle, but this is what the principle in the book is. And the other 2 are pretty straightforward. Don't dob anyone else in. Don't grass anyone else up. And it talks in the context of infidelity about not... You know, if she knows you've been unfaithful, do you then, you know, give her the list of dates and hotel rooms? No, probably not. And there's a general principle there, which is, and I'm going to break in a moment. There's a principle of don't reveal new information during the course of the amend. Because although there are forms of material harm where you've broken something, you've stolen something, you've set fire to something, there's reputational harm where you've trashed someone's reputation with other people. Almost all harm is to do with people feeling hurt because of what you've done. And to feel hurt, they have to know you've done it. Which is why... I'm not going to tell people something that they don't know, but then I'm hurting them in the same breath and I'm trying to apologize. Now, I may be different than other people. I may be super sensitive when I'm being made amends to. But I've had people over the years, like 6 times, making amends to me for stuff that I had no idea they'd done. And they would have known I had no idea, but they still made amends to me anyway. And those stick in my mind as like particularly hurtful things. I'm over it, you know. I got over it pretty quickly. But I could have done with not knowing those things, frankly. One particular case was a bloke I sponsored was in one of those unhealthy relationships with someone. Well, it was like full of passion but crazy and, you know, super dependent on each other, and then lots of shouting. And then they come to you for advice. I mean, it's just, you know, you're going to someone else in recovery for relationship advice, really? And as Don Pritt says, you know, I don't know how to have a healthy sick relationship, so that's usually the end of the conversation. But anyway, I think I must have issued an opinion in this sponsorship deal with a bloke where I'd said, oh God, it doesn't sound as though this relationship is doing you much good or something. Anyway, this apparently had got back. He'd foolishly conveyed this, and my sponsor says to me, and I got an amend from this girl I never met, like a year later, saying, I need to meet you for coffee. I said, really? She said, I need to make amends to you. I said, okay, well, how about you give me a bit of the gist over the phone, because I don't know who you are. And she said, I'm so-and-so's girlfriend, and I've really harmed you. So now I'm completely creeped out. Like, what has this complete stranger done? So I said, you might as well, you've got me on edge now. You might as well spit it out. And she said, so full of grace was I in this moment. You know, I'm terrible at receiving amends. You just need to know that. If ever you do something to me, brace yourself when you make amends, because it's not going to be pretty. But she said, yeah, I've been telling everyone what an awful person you are. And I said, let's just stop there. I accept your apology. I wish you well. It's fine. You're done. And she said, yeah, but... And she wanted to tell me more, and I didn't want to know the details. Now, I've talked to a lot of other people who've been at the receiving end of amends. I've never come across a situation where someone has been grateful that information has been provided. The only exception to that is where people have been made amends to for unfaithfulness, and they've somehow extracted all sorts of information about the person with whom their other half was unfaithful with, so they can then engage in stalking activities of the third party. You know, so being grateful for the new information is not necessarily a sign that you've done a good thing. It may be as someone said to me, once I tried to pick a fight in a religious bookshop, and the woman, once she realised what she was getting into, said, this conversation is not to the grace of God, we are closed. And lots of new information in amends I don't think is to the grace of God. I think you make amends for what they know about already, and you find a creative way of redressing the balance with the universe for the stuff they don't, because we're not here to create new wounds, we're here to mend old ones. So, would you like to serenity prayer us?
Sure. Thank you, Tim. I was getting twitchy because there's cake for sale in the next room. So, we'll take a break. We'll take a break for about 20 minutes so you can enjoy some cake and some tea, and we'll go out with the serenity prayer using the word God.
God, grant me the serenity
to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen. So, I suppose it's a bit of a personal question, but how many sponsees would you normally have at any given time?
I don't disclose the actual amount. The two best answers I've ever heard when I've asked other people. I asked a chap called Kent how many people he sponsors.
Welcome back. My name is Jake, and I'm an addict. Can we please have a moment's silence? Center ourselves and remember the addict who still suffers. Thank you. Now, Sarah is going to read a section out of the Big Book from page 95.
I'm Sarah, I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Sarah.
If he thinks he can do the job in some other way, or prefers some other spiritual approach, encourage him to follow his own conscience. We have no monopoly of God, we merely have an approach that works with us. But point out that we alcoholics have much in common, and that you would like, in any case, to be friendly. Let it go at that.
Thank you, Sarah. Now I'll hand you back to Tim.
Thanks. My name's Tim and I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Tim.
I've got a whole bunch of questions that people have provided, which I'm going to try and run through. So in no particular order, we'll come on to I'll get the sundry ones done first, then we'll go on to the rest of step 12. Does it serve any purpose congratulating people on their clean time in meetings with key rings, claps, and hugs? I have 2 points to make about this. The first one is not really a point, but to quote Dr. Bob, if in doubt, quote Dr. Bob. That's one of the answers. If you're ever up here, that's just something you need to know. This is from Dr. Bob's last talk. And one more thing. None of us would be here today if someone hadn't taken the time to explain things to us, to give us a little pat on the back, to take us to a meeting or two, to do numerous little kind and thoughtful acts in our behalf. So let us never get such a degree of smug complacency that we're not willing to extend or attempt to extend to our less fortunate brothers that help which has been so beneficial to us. And what I would do, if you have any doubt about this, is ask people in their first year when they get, they come up for key rings or they get hugs, or it's celebrated the fact they've got to, 7 3/4 days or whatever it is that they're celebrating. If they feel encouraged by this to carry on with the program, if it encourages them, it's probably a good thing. I think the one note of caution, at a group I go to in London, there's a chap who's a little bit religious, which is all very well. But when there's an AA birthday, so someone says, I'm 17 years sober or something, and everyone breaks into thunderous applause, he'll say in quite a loud voice, "Praise God," just to remind everyone that we're not clapping the person, like, well done for effort, but we're sober because of a power greater than ourselves. And that's who's getting the credit. So the credit goes widely. So everything I have in AA and the other fellowships that I belong to has been given to me. And it is the source of those things which gets the round of applause. This one is so controversial. It's wonderful. In the big book, it states that spiritual principles are a solution to all our problems. Can I be confident that if I diligently work the program and apply spiritual principles, I will not need to turn to other professionals, such as counsellors, psychologists, or psychiatrists, to deal with issues or resort to prescribed medication when experiencing trials and low spots? Again, let's see what the book says. So on page 133, and this couldn't be clearer, but this does not mean that we disregard human health measures. God has abundantly supplied this world with fine doctors, psychologists, and practitioners of various kinds. No one knows what practitioners these were. Practitioners of various kinds. Do not hesitate to take your health problems to such persons. Most of them give freely of themselves that their fellows may enjoy sound minds and bodies. Try to remember that though God has wrought miracles among us, we should never belittle a good doctor or psychiatrist. Their services are often indispensable in treating a newcomer and in following his case afterwards. I don't know if you've ever had a suicidal sponsee, but what you really don't want to do is have a situation where someone calls you up who is suicidal, you bang on about spiritual principles, and you don't suggest that they see a professional, and then 3 days later there's a suicide attempt. You don't want to be in that position. I haven't had sponsees die in that situation, but I know people who have, and it's obviously rough for the person in question, but it's just as rough for the sponsor, because people are placing their lives in some ways in your hands. I am prompt in encouraging people to see mental health professionals if there is a whiff of suicidal tendency, self-harm, or a threat of harm to others. I don't hesitate for one moment. One thing that's very unpopular to say, but I'm going to say it anyway, is that the moral inventory in step 4 is a moral inventory. It's not a psychological inventory. It's about how I've been selfish. Some people seem to have... what is true for me is that the steps have helped me with lots of psychological things as a side effect, but there is a big difference between a moral problem and a psychological problem. And my problem with alcohol, my spiritual malady, is a moral problem where I'm out for me. I may or may not have psychological stuff on top, but if you'll indulge me, I'd like to read from some C.S. Lewis, where he explains this brilliantly. It shouldn't take too long, but I think it's helpful. Imagine 3 men who go to war. One has the ordinary natural fear of danger that any man has, and he subdues it by moral effort and becomes a brave man. Let us suppose that the other 2 have, as a result of things in their subconsciousness, exaggerated, irrational fears, which no amount of moral effort can do anything about. Now, suppose that a psychoanalyst comes along and cures these two. That is, he puts them both back in the position of the first man. Well, it is just then that the psychoanalytical problem is over and the moral problem begins, because now they are cured, these two men might take quite different lines. The first might say, "Thank goodness I've got rid of all of those doodahs. Now at last I can do what I always wanted to do, my duty to the cause of freedom." But the other might say, "Well, I'm very glad that I now feel moderately cool under fire, but of course that doesn't alter the fact that I'm still jolly well determined to look after number one, let the other chap do the dangerous job whenever I can." Indeed, one of the good things about feeling less frightened is that I can now look after myself much more efficiently and can be much cleverer at hiding the fact from the others. And so it's a really clear example of how a psychological problem is different than a moral problem. My problem with alcoholism is a moral problem. And I've had sponsees who work the program until they're blue in the face, but have weird jealousies and paranoias and stuff that no amount of putting chairs out is going to do anything about. I'm not going to stop someone if they go and do therapy and it helps. I'm not going to stand in the way. My scope as a sponsor is to take care of the moral side of things, and if they want to avail themselves of something else, they can knock themselves out. That's just my experience. You had a question?
I want to probe you a bit on this. So when you were 8 years or whatever and not feeling good, I presume at times you thought you were going to have other problems, possibly felt suicidal. Yet your answer was going through the steps.
Yeah, in my case it was, yes. But one doesn't preclude the other. So sometimes people can have both problems. They can have a moral problem and they can have a psychological problem. I had both, and I had some psychological help before I came back to AA. So who knows, who knows. One question which we've already covered a little bit, what is the solution to low self-esteem, self-loathing? We covered that a bit, but there are two other points. The first one is about forgiveness, and people talk about step 4 as being a written step. Now, obviously, step 4 involves some writing, but for me, the great benefit of step 4 is where at the bottom of page 66 and the top of page 67, I get to look at each situation where I'm resentful from their point of view. It says we're prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. Well, what is the entirely different angle? How about from their point of view? And whenever people have behaved badly towards me, what I've been encouraged to do is put myself in their shoes. And this principle comes all through the big book. And say, if I'd behaved like that, why would I be doing that? What fear would be driving me to be selfish or nasty or whatever it was? And have I ever had that fear? Have I ever been like that? And I've had so many situations where what has taken the punch out of the resentment is realizing I'm just dealing with someone who is frightened. And yes, they're lashing out, but they're lashing out because they're frightened. Or they're running away because they're frightened. Or whatever they're doing, they're frightened. And the other thing as well, what I said about separating myself in my mind from my life, the things that people do to me, they can do to my image of myself, but I'm not the picture I have of myself. I'm beyond that. They can do stuff to my life, but they can't do stuff to me. And there's an episode of Friends where the Jennifer Aniston character and the Matt LeBlanc character are sailing, and she's like an experienced sailor. He's a novice. She's trying to teach him, but he's getting everything wrong, and she starts yelling at him, and he says, "Stop yelling at me." And she takes a deep breath, and she says, "I'm not yelling at you, I'm yelling near you." And this is the truth of all of the bad behavior that I've ever been exposed to. It wasn't personal. It wasn't about me. Why am I taking this personally? So this is the basis for forgiveness. It wasn't done to me. It was done next to me. It was done near me. Then I can forgive it, especially when I recognize that the bad behavior comes from being driven by fear. When I'm driven by fear, I'm not in the driving seat, I'm in the passenger seat. I can't blame someone else for being overpowered by emotions that are bigger than them, because that's true. I can't control emotions that are controlling me. But where that leaves me is that in forgiving someone, I stop condemning them. And there's a really peculiar phenomenon I've discovered, that when I feel under attack by other people, it's because mentally I am attacking them. And when I stop attacking them, I feel safe myself. It's the weirdest thing. And so this is what forgiveness has done for me. If I want to stop feeling low self-worth, I need to stop attacking other people in my mind. I need to stop criticizing and condemning and separating and dividing into the right people and the wrong people and the good people and the bad people, the people I like, the people I won't sit next to. I've got to stop condemning. And suddenly I feel safe because I'm not doing any harm mentally anymore. And the other thing as well was the amends is when you finally admitted everything and you say, what can I do to make this right? Even if they won't accept it, I'm done. What more can I can't do anymore. And that is the point I got free from a lot of the self-loathing. One more point on, do I need a home group to stay sober? Can I just do a straw poll? How many people consider that they have a home group? Okay. I think that's kind of the answer to that question. There we go. It's mentioned, the home group is mentioned on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's mentioned like 10 times in the big book. Obviously, it's not obligatory, but the things that are obligatory for me are fellowship, service, and recovery. And a home group provides me with all three in like a really immediate, instant way. And I feel somehow safe in a home group. I don't know what I feel under threat from elsewhere, but it feels like it's something which extends warmth throughout the whole of my life. And there was one time, I'll tell you one tiny story. There was one time about 7 years ago where I realized that I'd been keeping a particular secret, and I wasn't going to be able to see my sponsor for 3 weeks, and I didn't want to tell him over the phone. I wanted to tell him face to face. And I thought, how do I know I'm going to get home sober tonight with this nasty, sordid little secret? And so I decided to share it at my home group. And honestly, at the time, I didn't much care for most of the people at the home group. But they were people that I saw once a week and had seen once a week for a year, and I felt safe with them. And I said whatever it was, and no one reacted, no one stormed out, no one made the sign of the cross. It was fine. It instantly gave me relief, and I couldn't have done that to a room of complete strangers. And sometimes and this is weird, sometimes you can say something to a group when you're sharing that you would not be able to say face to face to the individuals in that group on their own. I don't know why, but the evidence suggests that to be the case. So there's a lot of value in having a home group, I think. Not everyone finds that, but I do. One more thing on step 11. This is a quotation from page 314 of Dr. Bob and the Good Old Timers. Prayer, of course, was an important part of Dr. Bob's faith. According to Paul S., Dr. Bob's morning devotion consisted of a short prayer. I just want to say I love the fact that he just let it go at a short prayer. This is one of our co-founders. So if all you can manage in the morning is a short prayer, you're just as far ahead as anyone else. A 20-minute study of a familiar verse from the Bible, clearly any spiritual book would do, and a quiet period of waiting for directions as to where he that day should find use for his talent, having heard he would religiously go about his father's business, as he put it. And I mentioned earlier about words meaning something different now than they did in 1939 when the book was written. And one of them is meditation. And if you say meditation now, people's eyes automatically turn towards the East. And Buddhism and cushions and the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan Book of the Dead and mantras and all of those. And those are wonderful things. They're things I know very little about. It's not my bag. I'm not judging it. But what they meant in 1939 was concentrated direct thought along a particular line. And in step 11, it says, praying only for knowledge of God's will and the power to carry that out. So my meditation is concentrating on God. How would you have me deal with this particular sponsee where we kind of were a bit tetchy with each other yesterday? If he phones today, how should I be on the phone? I need to ask my other half how to for a favour. God, show me when is a good time for me to ask for this favour. What could I do in return? Like really basic practical things. Or I've got 8 things to do today. God, which one shall I do first? I only have time for 4. Which are the most important? I'm allowed to go to God with really concrete basic questions. And as I said earlier with the Bob Olson principle, if you've prayed first, you trust that the answer is more likely to be God's will than if you haven't prayed first. And that's what this is all about. It's about getting clear, direct direction on the nuts and bolts of my actual life. Step 11 for me is not about getting high or getting like some kind of emotional, spiritual kick out of being like separate and lifted up off the surface of the world. It's about getting direction as to what the right thing morally is to do today. And that's attainable for me. Otherwise, the whole meditation thing, it becomes like searching for the thing that you were looking for in drugs. And sometimes you'll feel a bit kind of spacey. But then you go back to your life, you still have the question, well, what am I going to say to Jennifer this afternoon? I don't know. It's not about altered states for me. It's about direction. And there was one other question about step 11. Do you do anything apart from meditation for step 11? I stick to what's on pages 86 to 88, but over particularly the last 10 years, I've done a lot of reading. I sometimes listen to AA tapes or spiritual tapes of other sorts or videos on YouTube of spiritual speakers. I practiced 2 different religions at different times. I've done a whole bunch of other things, and what the advice was to me was to find your own adventure with step 11 and go towards what you're drawn towards. Don't follow what someone else does just because they're your friend or you respect them. You need to go with your instinct on how you're going to find God. And if that involves you sitting listening to Gregorian chant for half an hour in the morning or going and sitting under a tree, if it helps you feel close to your higher power, knock yourself out with it. As soon as it stopped working, go and do something else. That's what works really well for me. What doesn't, you will meet people who say, yes, for the last 15 years, I've read from the same 5 meditation books every morning, and I meditate for 12 minutes, and it's like the same every day. And I go mad after about 3 months of doing that. That's just my temperament. Some people need the same thing every day, and that's fine. It becomes ashes in my mouth if I try and do exactly the same thing every day. So if you're trying to force yourself to do something and it ain't working, you might be like me. You might need to try different things to give it life. Does anyone have any other questions on any steps other than 12?
Step 11.
Yeah.
If I'm meditating and I'm getting direction, how do I know if that direction is from God or, say, from my mind? AKA, like illness. How do I differentiate? Because I've had direction. I'm just wondering how you determine if it's from God or not.
4 methods. Method number 1, check with your sponsor. Or someone else of sound mind who is non-hysterical and has a sense of humour. That may or may not be your sponsor. Sometimes there's a crossover, sometimes there isn't. The second method is you ask yourself, is it selfish? The third method is to ask yourself, what is for the good of all? And there have been times when I've been absolutely convinced it's God's will, and then my sponsor asked me that question. I went, oh, God, no. No. I suddenly realised on the basis of that question. The fourth one is you try it and you see if it works. And as a sponsor once told me, the worst thing it can be is a terrible mistake. If it's a terrible mistake, admit it promptly. Don't spend the next 10 years justifying it. Any other questions? Okay, step 12. I'll do sponsorship last. There's a couple of other quick questions which I can deal with straight away. The first one is, can you sponsor people who are still drinking or using? I will 12th step people who are still drinking or using on the basis that Bill W. was 12th stepped when he was as drunk as a skunk. It's 12th step by Ebby Thatcher. If Ebby had said, oh, you're too drunk, I'm not going to do it, we wouldn't be here today. A lot of Bill's 12th stepping of Dr. Bob was done with Dr. Bob shaking. And in the book, it actually, I think there's one point at which it says, this is a 12th step called, sometimes it is wise to wait till he goes on a binge. The family, there it is, wait for the end of a spree, or at least for a lucid interval. So it's suggesting you can still 12th step someone when they're in the middle of a spree, but, for like a half-hour period. You can actually communicate with them. So I'll 12th step under those circumstances. As far as sponsoring, I've had the experience that people need to get to step 3 and take step 3 before the obsession to drink will be relieved. And so I have sponsored people where they are drinking periodically during the step 1 and step 2 process, and they get to step 3, they take step 3, they haven't had a drink since. So that has worked. The other situation is when people are on a controlled taper, that I'll sponsor them then. And that has usually, but not always, worked. And what matters here is not a dogma of should you or shouldn't you, based on some kind of eternal principle written on a stone tablet somewhere. It's like, if it works, do it. If it doesn't work, admit that it hasn't worked and move on. Step 12, one of the questions is, what are the principles referred to in step 12 that we're supposed to practice in all our affairs? So where it says on page 60, in fact, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all our affairs. These suggests we're referring back to something, and the last thing referred to before principles was steps. We know that Bill alternated terminology in order not to repeat himself, so that's why we've got defects of character in 6 and shortcomings in 7, and you've got the same thing in 12. When it says practice these principles in all our affairs, I think it's pretty clear it's practice these steps in all our affairs, not just the last 3. Sorry. But it might be. Just one point on living in the last 3 steps. There is a way of construing steps 10, 11, 12 to include the first 9, so that there's usually, when you scratch the surface of someone that says, I'm living in steps 10, 11, and 12, they're actually following the instructions of all the first 9 steps the whole time anyway. They're just calling it steps 10, 11, and 12. So often you think you're having an argument and you're actually agreeing with each other. You're just calling the same thing something different. Anyway, that's enough of that. So sponsorship. I've got a few points to make, which I'll make quickly and then open it up for questions on sponsorship. So get your thinking caps on. I'm aware that in parts of CA and in recovery in general in the Southwest, there are quite a lot of groups that could be referred to by some people as being a little bit militant. Sometimes, just very occasionally, there's a little bit of strictness with sponsorship. Telling people what to do and so on. And so what I'm going to have to say about a sponsorship is simply how I do it. It's not how sponsorships should be done. As I say, one of my great heroes is Clancy, and his home group is the Pacific Group in Brentwood in California. And it has like over 1,000 people attending it. And it has a sister group in New York called the Atlantic Group. And both groups, people dress very smartly, and it's very rigorous. And you basically do as your sponsor says and all of that. And I know so many, there's a group in Plymouth that does the same, and they're amazing. There are so many people that have got well in these really strict groups with really strict sponsorship who couldn't have got well anywhere else. So hooray. I think I'm probably built differently. I don't respond well to authority figures. Is there anyone else here that doesn't respond well to authority figures? There we go. So now, if you love authority figures, just, think of a few of your favourite things over the next 10 minutes. If you struggle with authority figures, what I say may help on either side of the sponsorship divide. It may help you choose a sponsor. It may help you sponsor other people. But I will say that there is a tone which, if you take it with me, will make me thirsty. There are groups I've gone to which are so kind of everyone says the same thing, where, I just question whether I even want to be in recovery. It's just the way I'm built. And the way I sponsor is therefore, it's not really of the military school. In that, I won't set you have to call me every day. We have to see each other every week. I want the onus to be on the person. And my basic principle of sponsorship is I offer, I don't force. And there are several points in the big book where it stresses this. And I find that the way I sponsor is, I find it to be very consistent with the big book. Not everyone agrees with me. That's fine. Where is it? Here we go. More often than not, it is imperative that a man's brain be cleared before he is approached, so that's fine, as he has then a better chance of understanding and accepting what we have to offer. So my job as a sponsor is to explain, and then hopefully you will understand, and I offer, and then you accept. I don't hold your mouth open and ram it down. So what this means really practically, it says, and that the instructions in working with others are really helpful here. If he doesn't want to see you, never force yourself upon him. So what I find, I used to have regular slots, we'll see each other every Wednesday at 6:00. Now, when they make the arrangement, the sponsor's really excited about all this. By the time it's the second week, the third week, the fourth week, their heart's gone out of it, but they don't really want to say. So they're turning up because they said they would. They don't want to be there. And you go through this charade, and it's like they're being forced by the obligation that a previous version of them entered into. When I'm with a sponsee, I want them to be with me for that hour because they've actively chosen to be with me for that hour because they want something that I have, not because they committed something 6 months ago. And the funny thing is, when I stopped having regular slots to see people and said, whenever you want to see me, you have to ask, and then we'll find a time, I almost never get cancellations. I used to get cancellations 2 times out of 3. Same with the phone calls. If you want to speak to me, call me. I had a sponsee once who phoned me and said, God, I'm really sorry that I haven't been calling him. I said, you don't need to be sorry. You don't owe me anything. He said, but it's out of respect. I should call you out of respect. I'm like, so we're supposed to have a phone call where you're just going through the motions out of respect, where what is this really for? I want there to be substance there. So that's why I don't force anything. I don't schedule anything. I basically have a sequence of exercises I give people right from the beginning, where we work out whether you even want to be sober, all the way through to the end of, step 12, and I go through the traditions and the concepts with sponsees as well, if they're up for that. And it works like this. I give you an exercise. You complete the exercise. When you've completed the exercise, you ring me, say, I've completed it, let's meet. And that's it. And there's no deadlines, there's no schedules, because the book is really clear. There's one line: if he is to find God, the desire must come from within. With all the kind of forcing that I used to try to do, I was taking responsibility for their recovery. As soon as I took the pressure off, they stopped doing the work. Because at some point, people have to learn to find the desire from within them, and I can't substitute for that. If you're willing to go to any lengths, I will match those, but I can't compensate for a sponsee not being willing to go to any lengths. And I've actually had people phone me and say, I haven't phoned you for 6 months. The reason is because I wasn't willing to do the work that you were asking me to do, so there was no point in wasting both of our times by having an excuse conversation. It just doesn't do any good. Now, having said that I'm not of the militant school, because I just offer, if you want it, you can have it. I'm not going to chase you up. Very occasionally I do chase people up, but very, very rarely. Generally, I don't chase people up. So I offer, you accept. If you sign up for it, it becomes non-negotiable. So these are the actions that I suggest. If you don't want to take the actions, find someone else. And but, and this is an important thing, I will only make continuing to work with someone conditional on them taking an action which is in this book or consistent with this book. If it's not in there, I have no authority there. So, like with step 11, I will often suggest reading a bunch of all sorts of other authors or spiritual writers, but I'll never make working with someone conditional on that, but I will make it conditional on, I'm not going to talk about your problems unless you've done a nightly review based on the problem and you've prayed this morning, because I'm not going to make up for the fact that you're not doing the work. Negotiating with me on particular parts of the program won't work. But I won't, for instance, I know sometimes sponsors won't work with sponsees if they won't email them or text them their nightly review. There's nothing in the book about sharing the nightly review with anyone. If it works, do it. I did for years, but I would never make that a condition. But doing a nightly review, I would make a condition. And the reason I do that is because, again, I didn't write this line, it happens to be in the book, half measures avail us nothing. So there's no point in me offering a program to someone, them saying, well, I'll take this little bit here, that little bit there, and we can forget that bit, because it won't work. So you're wasting your time. We're both wasting our time if you're only willing to do half of it. So I offer, and I don't force, but once you sign up for it, you're signing up for the full deal. And as long as I'm making it clear you're signing up for the full deal, there's no forcing, because people are willingly signing up for the full deal. And I basically I try and do everything face-to-face, if possible, because you read stuff of how people are face-to-face, which you can't read over the phone. There is room for silence when you're face-to-face. Sometimes it takes 45 minutes to get to the truth. And there's pressure somehow in phone calls where you don't have pressure. If someone's come round for an hour, there's no time pressure, and that allows things to come out which need to come out. So basically, all I do with sponsees is step work. There is such a thing as an SOS call, but the SOS call works like this. It's not, you don't need to check in with me. You don't need to tell me about your day or your week. What you can do is say, I have this situation. I'm disturbed and don't know how to get undisturbed, or I don't know what to do. What principles of the program can you give me to help me with this situation. That's the conversation I'm willing to have, and I'm willing to give unlimited time to conversations of that sort, but I'm not there for chit-chat. And I remember my old sponsor, Brian, he's sober about 30 years now. I once phoned him up and said, could we just, meet for a coffee and, hang out for a bit? And I was, I guess, 15 years sober. He was, 20-something at the time. And he said, you know we're not friends, don't you? Naturally, I was devastated. But he was absolutely right. Now, on very rare occasions, friendship develops out of sponsorship, but it's not without its problems and it's not without its risks, and 4 times out of 5, it destroys both the friendship and the sponsorship relationship, in my experience, because there's a conflict between the two. But as a sponsor, I need to be able to say stuff that's really uncomfortable. I need to risk jeopardizing the relationship by saying what needs to be said. And where I've let a sponsorship deal become sponsorship plus friendship, looking back in almost every situation, I've held back on saying things I needed to say because I was scared of losing them as a friend. So I'm really careful about doing that now. And when I've got a friend who asks me to be a sponsor, I'll say, what we're going to do is it becomes a sponsorship relationship for as long as I'm taking you through the steps. I'm wearing a different hat when I'm your sponsor, and I'm willing to jeopardize the friendship on the basis of this, because this is about saving your life. Because this is the other thing, and this is the last thing I'll say about sponsorship. 2 things. Is I've been helped by a lot of very, very different people. So my current sponsor is pretty hardline, more hardline than me. I've had very soft sponsors. I've had very religious sponsors. I've had very irreligious sponsors. But they all agree on the one thing they all absolutely agree on, is that in sponsorship, business is business. Don't become involved. Don't become attached. As soon as you become attached, you're useless because you can be manipulated. And you need to stay above the problem. You don't go down to the level of the problem. You lift them to above the level of their problem. When the hand gets held up, when they're in the pit and they hold the hand up for help, you want to make sure they're really holding the hand up for you to pull them out, not for them to pull you in. And if ever you've had a phone call which you thought was going to last 5 minutes and lasted an hour and a half, and you feel used at the end of it, you'll know what I'm talking about there. Sometimes people don't want a solution, they want company in the misery. And I've been a mug for that many times, and I don't do it anymore. Which is why, as a sponsor, when I answer the phone, and this line does not go down very well, but people get used to it. How can I help you? I've been encouraged to say, this goes past the chit-chat to what the problem is and what my role is in helping you solve the problem. So that was all I wanted to say about sponsorship, but I'm hoping, because we have a few minutes left, are there any questions about sponsorship?
Just wondered if you've had any experience of a sponsee who's wanted to share their step 5 with someone else, like it talks in the book about for religious or personal reasons they want to speak to someone else, and how you sort of then go forward with that.
So the question is, I suppose essentially, does the sponsee have to share their step 5 with me as their sponsor, and can they do it with someone else? Because the book suggests they can do it with anyone, who am I to say that they can't? Not my position to. I would say about step 5, when I take step 5, I share my whole step 5 with 3 people. Occasionally just 2, occasionally 4. But I found this enormously beneficial. The only people I've ever found who doubt the efficacy and usefulness of this are people who haven't tried it enough. So I'd recommend trying that. Now, there are principles about who you choose. You must be very careful who you choose to share a Step 5 with. They've got to be closed-mouthed. They've got to be trustworthy. They've got to be someone who does regular inventories themselves. Otherwise, they think they're fine and you're going to them with your problems. It doesn't work. It's got to be at a level. So I've very often had sponsees who have shared their Step 5 with me and with a person of religion and with a couple of other members of AA and with a therapist. Totally fine. If my sponsee has a problem sharing their inventory with me, why am I their sponsor? I'm always very suspicious about people who are coy about revealing their character defects to someone else. I suppose the unkindest way of cutting through that would be to say, get over yourself. Because one of the amazing things that happens when you do Step 5 is you get over yourself. You realize that all of these great, dramatic, terrible things you've done are banal and tawdry and ordinary and common and garden. You're 97% cohort, just like everyone else, 3% little uniqueness in there, but basically you're just like everyone else. And when you hear Step 12, in Step 12, when you hear other people's Step 5s, like, I haven't heard anything interesting in about 12 years, it's blah, 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 blah. I mean, God bless everyone, but it ain't interesting. It's the tedium of it, which is the benefit. It's realizing you're just like everyone else. So I'd always question the coyness. Now, if they're not comfortable with me because I'm just not a fit, that's fine. But the thing is, I'm probably not the right person to go forward as a sponsor with them if they don't want to do their Step 5 with me. Because if they think we're going to go into detail in Step 5, boy, they're going to get a shock when we get to Steps 8 and 9, because we're really going to go into the detail then. So if someone's not going to be open with me, I don't take it personally, it's fine. But they need to find one person they're comfortable with. Anything else on Step 12? There are several ways in which sponsorship relationships end. Although I've been guilty of using the word sacking and firing. We do it like instinctively because it's what everyone says, but I think the words are not helpful, and I'm trying to train myself not to say them. No one can be sacked or fired because no one's paying anyone. And there's no sense. That's why there must never be a sense of obligation from the sponsee to me. And one must never take their gratitude personally. They're grateful for the program. They're not attached to you. They're grateful for the program. They may have temporarily seen you as something special because you were the channel for it, but never take it personally. So it's nice and arm's length. But with the ending of sponsee relationships, often my job is just to get them to the next stage, and then they'll be ready for someone else. I've taught them everything they need to know from me. I've learned everything I need to learn from them, one way or the other. But the question is about when sponsorship relationships break down. As I say, I've got a kind of rigorous system going right from the beginning of are you willing all the way through to, concept 12. And the way it works is you do the exercise and you call, or if you get stuck on the exercise, you call, and I'll help you get unstuck on the exercise, and I can take SOS calls on how to apply the program to various ad hoc things that arise. But it's impossible for me to let go of a sponsee because I'm only passively waiting for the phone call to say I've done it. If they try and call and say, well, I haven't done it, and I haven't, I don't have like an SOS situation I need your input on, there's nothing to talk about. I'd be happy to sit at fellowship with you at the meal after the meeting, but there's no purpose to this phone call. So I love you, but there's no purpose to this phone call. So I'm not rejecting them. I'm saying if you want to be in a sponsor-sponsee relationship with me, this is what it consists of. If you're not willing to do that, you are rejecting the relationship. I don't reject you. You are the one who's rejecting the relationship. So I never say to people, under those circumstances, I'm not working with you anymore. I say, when you're ready, when you're done, you call. And I had a sponsee that took 3 years to finish the step 4. But it got finished. Then it took another 3 years to do the steps 8 and 9. Like 6-month gaps, 9-month gaps. But they came back eventually and they did it. And I'm really glad I didn't say, well, no, I'm not working with you anymore. Because it's actually no skin off my nose. If you take a break, you're not actually bothering me. You're not taking up my time. It doesn't make any difference to me. So that's why there's never any need to, as it were, sack anyone. There's one exception to that. There is a degree of rudeness which I won't put up with. This is a spiritual program. And our purpose is to treat each other with kindness. And there's a bit of rough and tumble in sponsorship, so we all get a little bit tetchy sometimes, but there is a degree of rudeness which crosses a line and breaks the relationship of trust. And there's also evidence of malevolent behaviour. So I had one sponsee once who was stalking another sponsee, and I was not willing to continue. And basically, any situation where if the sponsor is deliberately harming anyone and is not sorry, I won't. It breaches the spirit of the relationship. And under those circumstances, I say, I wish you well, but I can't. I'm not the right person to sponsor you through this situation. If you're willing to stop doing what you're doing, we can talk again. But I've had like 3 of those situations ever. They're very, very rare. Any more questions? Chap at the back. So the question is, when do you ask for a sponsor? My experience is this. I've had, I'll talk about my experience as a sponsee and then my experience as a sponsor. So, because I came into AA I honestly didn't know that such things as treatment centres existed. And no one had ever kind of pointed me to. I've been hospitalised a few times, but I was not aware of it. I learnt about the existence of treatment centres after I came to AA. So all I had was meetings, and I got a sponsor straight away because there was nothing else. I wanted to get on with the programme. So to get on with the programme, I needed someone to guide me through it. I've been asked to sponsor people over the years who are still in treatment. Now, there are 2 types of treatment situation. The first one is where the person is being basically taken through the steps in some kind of form within the treatment setting. And the second type is where they're not. Now, where they're not, and they may have groups or classes or whatever, but they're not really being formally taken through the steps, then I can work with them. So there's no reason to delay then. But one of the points about the steps is, for me, they're a single process, which is why sometimes when people go to multiple fellowships, they end up kind of doing the steps in 2 fellowships at once, and they're in OA on step 2 and in SLA on step 7. And the reason it's kind of weird, it's like trying to undergo surgery in 2 different operating theatres at once, when both surgeries are trying to treat the same underlying spiritual problem. It's kind of bonkers. Sorry, that was an opinion. But I won't work with someone who is doing a step process with someone else or in an institution or a treatment centre. Because it's like, as I say, it's like trying to undergo surgery in 2 operating theatres. It's like trying to ride 2 horses at once. Like, pick a process and throw yourself into it. And if you're currently in one, I would stick with it. There was another question over this side. Yeah.
Yes, so in regards to sponsorship, I've noticed that different groups sponsor people in different ways. So someone might get their sponsor on a 3-column, step 4 column, 5 column, etc. And when it gets to men, some out of 3 column, some do cars. I've mixed it up a lot over the years myself in order to try and make it more successful. But in the book it says, don't quote me, it says something like, God doesn't make too hard a terms with those who honestly seek Him. So with that in mind, if someone new comes to me with that desperate desire to meet God and have an experience with God, does it really matter how I take them through the work in regards to their success? And by success I mean having spiritual experience and recovery.
I think it's a good question. So I'll kind of summarise the question as I'm going with the answer. I've been sponsored by different people. I've done the programme in different ways over the years. I've gone through the steps multiple times, and as I've gone through it multiple times with different people, it's been different. There have been different approaches. When I go through it now, it's pretty much stabilised. So the last 4 or 5 years, I go through it the same way technically every single time, and it's as close to the book as you can get. There are a couple of bits where I expand a bit, but basically it's as it's set out in the book. And so what I do is I take people through the way I'm currently going through. I currently go through myself. So although what I do like pulls in experience from all sorts of different sponsors and all sorts of different groups, it's like it's stabilised and everyone's getting the same thing. But there's one general principle here which I think you've alluded to, is that that success is all about willingness and action. If you're willing and you're taking the action, it kind of doesn't matter if the actions are not in the book. I know this is heretical to say, but there are groups where they'll say, do these 6 things every day, you'll be fine, and the people that do them are. And the thing that the 6 are not in the book. Willingness and action. And if it's done in the right spirit, I find that the instructions in this book most effective for me. Other people find other things most effective. That's fine. We don't have a monopoly. And just one thing which is similar on, having the right sponsor. My sponsor's daughter is in AA, and she had this like Hell's Angel biker sponsor, and this sort of prim, kind of churchy type came up to, no offence to churchy people, whether you're prim or not, this prim churchy type went up to the daughter and said, little missy, you've got the wrong sponsor there. And she retorted immediately back to, yeah, but I've got the right higher power. So my experience is that God will work through whoever you happen to have been drawn to ask and who happens to be minded to say yes. And you see sometimes you sponsor people and you think the person is so eccentric. Like who are they going to, who are the best people for them to sponsor? And then someone comes along who is totally unlike them, and they start sponsoring, and this amazing relationship develops, and you think there's no way you could have predicted that. So I think it's about trusting God, and if it's done in that spirit, it's going to work. And it's on 1 minute to 5, so I think it's probably time for a solemn serenity prayer, Jake.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Tim, for coming today, and thank you everyone for coming along and making this workshop possible. Please join me in thanking the committee and the volunteers, especially the lovely Serenity Keepers in their high-vis jackets for making this event possible. A few announcements before we get to the Serenity Prayer. This is the basic text of Alcoholics Anonymous. So it's what we consider to be the guide to the 12 steps and what we've been talking about today. So we do have some copies available at cost. So if you want, or if you're interested in any of those, talk to someone on the committee or Cam about that. And as we've just been talking a lot about sponsorship, if there's anyone here who doesn't have a sponsorship or just wants to know more about it, then please do ask one of the committee members who'd be more than happy to answer any of your questions. Can we pass around the Tradition 7 pots one more time, please? Tradition 7 states that every CA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. In view of this, we would respectfully ask that contributions be confined to addicts only. And just a few other announcements very briefly. The South Central District F&E Committee will be hosting the Bournemouth Convention on the 4th of June. This is an all-day event filled with fantastic out-of-town speakers, workshops, activities, and food, so please speak to any committee member for details. Events like this cannot happen without service volunteers, so please consider joining a subcommittee and seeing what service is all about. We're open to any volunteers that want to help tidy up today. And that just leaves me to thank Tim for coming all the way down here and leading us through the 12 steps, and hopefully it has shown a light on something new for each and every one of you today. And I will allow you, Tim, to lead us out in the Serenity Prayer.
Thanks. Would you please join me in the Serenity Prayer? God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Thank you, Tim. You're good at timing. That's all right.